Are you comfortable?
Oh, I apologize.
Oh, you're fine.
This one means. It's broke down enough, you do this. Yeah. So.
Sometimes for some reason those.
I have very.
How do you all like that? You don't, oh, you do?
The guy that like to get this younger guy, but he's been in college, like, yeah.
So wax.
Right, we used to drive from Mountain.
We got some gentlemen in this specific ones too. We have remember the older generation.
Like,
How are you?
Everyone's grandpa.
How are you still doing it?
Yeah, I know.
I don't know where I'm supposed to sit down.
They're just.
I think we just said
She's
she
in forever.
Yeah.
Oh, you sit over here where.
We do have the clearance
So I'm still, every time I pass that building, I'm like, yeah.
upgrade. This is just a. Yeah, they come in like.
I know.
Obviously, we'll get standardized. And the upgrades
We're sleeping a little long. There you go. Mind if I sit here and?
Yeah.
Yeah. Well,
She's been breathing. Yeah, she's done.
explain that. No, I wanted to imagine.
Yeah, a lot of them work, not a lot, several.
I mean, everything's in the classroom.
Like, and less heavy, have the same.
That was so reassuring.
Yeah, it's strong. Yeah.
That's a whole.
They are good because it's in a container. Like, one of these is like 8 to 16.
What'd you say?
Good afternoon, and welcome to Epic Farm to Fork in the Ozarks. We're so excited. Yay! Good energy. I love it. So we're so excited today to bring together students, farmers, entrepreneurs, and community leaders to learn about resources and opportunities that can grow your business. Whether you're here to learn something new, to be inspired, we know it's going to be a rewarding day and a full day. So our theme this year is Farm to Fork in the Ozarks. And we did this because we really want to celebrate the wave of agri-entrepreneurs that we see in our region, from honey-based sodas to handcrafted teas. We're seeing a lot of entrepreneurs doing things in the agriculture sector. And of course, that's really no surprise because according to the USDA, Missouri ranks second nationwide in the number of small farms, 95,000 small farms in the state of Missouri. Now, a lot of those farms generate income through crops, but in our area, a lot of that income on those farms is generated from beef, hogs, and poultry. And guess what? You can hear some of those from some of those producers here today. I don't know if you all knew this, but it's a national holiday this week. It's National Small Business Week. So in case you didn't know, it is. And this is a time when the country really recognizes the vital role that small businesses play in the economy, generating new jobs. Missouri also generates a lot of jobs from small businesses. And I want to let you know that the number of small jobs being generated by, the number of new jobs being generated by small businesses in the state of Missouri, 81% of the new jobs are by companies with 20 or fewer employees over the last 5 years. Think about that. Small businesses are the major contributor to new job development in our region. And OzSBI's been a part of that since our founding. In 2012, we've created 500 new businesses and over 740 new jobs. So that's something we're very proud of. So I shout out for that. So today at Epic, we know you're going to be inspired. We've got a wonderful person here today, Karen Velez. She's really going to inspire you with a keynote address on cultivating success through income diversification. You're going to hear 4 aspiring entrepreneurs share their journey and what they want to do in a business during our pitch competition. And you all will get the opportunity to vote who you think is your favorite during the pitch competition. So that'll be our People Choices Award. And then we also have today some entrepreneurs that are already building successful farm-to-fork businesses. And you'll get to hear from them and learn more about their entrepreneurial journey. So sit back, it's going to be a busy day. It's going to be a day of learning and connecting. We hope you meet somebody new to further your business forward. If you don't know somebody, please reach out to them, learn about what they do, because I've already seen some connections here today that are happening, and that's really how we grow our rural region, is through connections. OzSBI could not put on an event like this without the incredible support of our sponsors. So I really want to give a shout out to our platinum sponsor, Community First Banking Company, with Kelly Slayton with that. And then our gold sponsors are, I'm looking for Eric with Bear Crossing and Truck Wash, there you are, you're kind of hidden back there, you can give a little wave, so Eric and Paige are here with that, and then Hirsch Farm and Feed. Our other sponsors, if you look in your booklet, you can see a list of them. And I really want to take a moment to recognize them. We have 3M Angus Farms, Ozark Marketing, and then also 37 North Realty, Missouri Agriculture, Taylor Grubar Chevrolet, the Fisher Firm, Kern Electric, Piney River State Farm, Ramona Heine, Hull Oregon Electric, and then our keynote address is being sponsored by Hull County Commission. So give them all a round of applause. Events like this are really a team effort, so I want to give a shout out to my team. So a lot of them are standing, but if they're not, I'll make them stand. So we've got Jean Weinbeck, Isla Sloan in the back, Ricky Baker, Autumn Shirley, someplace navigating around, Pat Bearden.
She's running around.
She's around, working around here too, and Madison Sutterfield. And I really want to point out Madison, she really did a lot to coordinate this event, so special thanks to that. And we've got a great team of volunteers. CJ Collins is running the IT, and Jacob Paulette is also, they're both from MSU, so we really appreciate your help with that. Kelly Slayton is also one of our volunteers checking you in, and Ramona Heine, she was also assisting us with State Farm, so thank you very much to all of them. And OzSBI is very fortunate to really have a strong board of directors that really engages us and supports us and believes in small businesses, and so I really want to thank them for their dedication and support of what we do here. So really, that's all I have to say. You will be seeing me throughout the event. I do want to give you, before we get started, a few housekeeping things. One is, if you want to see the day's events, look in here for the schedule. We'll be taking breaks throughout the event, so visit with your vendors, do some shopping. Again, it's a great time to meet somebody new. We decided not to provide water today. Instead, we provided you a bottle, so you can fill those up at the water fountains that are on each side of this conference room. And there's also Ava Spring Water, one of our clients from Ava, Missouri, in the lobby. There are restrooms, men's and women's over here, so don't feel like you all have to stand in line for the one accessible, handicap accessible bathroom. During break, if you smoke, there's smoking receptacles on the north and the east side, so make yourself comfortable there. And if you need anything, please look at and visit with one of the OzSBI team members. We're happy to help you and direct you. But sit back and let's get started. Let me introduce Kelly Slayton. She is the Chief Operating Officer of Community First Bank. She's an OzSBI board member, and she's going to introduce our keynote. Oh, before I do that, we have one other thing I need to say. CJ told me to tell you that these things hanging down are not piñatas, these are speakers. And so they pick up everything. So if you're whispering something like, get her off the stage, like you might be taking now, that is being picked up. And this is being live streamed. So be sure to just be mindful of the speakers. And I know the bank is live streaming this event and some other people are joining us online. So anything else to add to CJ? All right. Thank you, Kelly. Over now to you.
Thank you. Good afternoon. It's my pleasure to introduce our keynote speaker this afternoon, Karen Velez. She's joining us today from Peculiar, Missouri, where she runs her business Just Grow Something while managing her homestead. She's a lifelong entrepreneur with a passion for building small business and has owned and operated multiple businesses throughout her career. Currently, she runs a market farm, a garden consulting business, and an award-winning podcast called Just Grow Something. Karen understands firsthand what it takes to market a brand, connect with customers, and grow a business with confidence. She spent years breaking down complex topics into practical, actionable strategies that can be applied immediately, and is here today to help you do just that. Her keynote address, Cultivating Success, Income Diversification for Rural Entrepreneurs and Small Farms, will help you understand how to navigate the fundamentals of running a business around your passion while creating a financial safety net by diversifying your income stream. So please help me welcome Karen Velez.
Nice. Good afternoon. I'm so excited to see so many people here. That's fantastic.
Oh, thank you. So before, I'm sorry? Oh, can everybody see that or we need to, got a nice mood going now, that's fantastic. Before we get started, I would love to see a show of hands. Who in the room is actually operating within the ag space? You are a farm or you are an ag-based business of some sort. Okay, and then what about retail spaces? Are you a retailer of some sort? Do you actually have a store front? Okay, what about service-based? Okay, who did I miss? What other
Manufacturing.
types of businesses do we have?
Farmers markets.
Farmers
Vendors.
markets, vendors, okay, oh, fantastic, all right, that's fantastic, great, now I know who I'm talking to.
And manufacturing.
And manufacturing, all right, we got a lot of good stuff going on all rural, I'm assuming, yeah, so, okay, well, now I know who I'm talking to. Who is talking to you? That would be me. As introduced, my name is Karen Velez. My husband and I are both the farmers at Wolf Creek Family Farm. We are a 40-acre market farm in Peculiar, Missouri. That's west central Missouri, kind of right on the Kansas border there. We have a 75-member CSA program. If you're not familiar with community-supported agriculture, it is a partnership with your farmer where you kind of buy in or invest in the farm during the off season, and then your return on your investment comes in the spring when we start to harvest all of our produce and we bring you a happy box full of goodies. That's your return on your investment. We've been doing this, that will be our 18th season this year in doing that program. We also sell at multiple farmers markets throughout the week. We are open 1 day a week on the farm for retail sales there. And we also do online orders for home delivery, so we're kind of busy. So, of course, I had to add something to that, and I am also the owner of Just Grow Something, which is a garden consulting and education company. So we started as a podcast and doing one-on-one consultations with gardeners in their own homes, teaching people how to grow their own food, and have added online courses to that as well. And as I wasn't busy enough this month, I launched the Roundtable Small Business Collective. And so it is really an online community that is focused on sort of peer-to-peer support and mentorship for very, very small businesses or solopreneurs, regardless of what industry they're in, but really to help each other be able to understand what it takes to actually operate a business around what it is that you really love to do, because the two are not inherently going together, usually. We started our farm on a 5-acre homestead, and I had left the Marine Corps and was operating a small business management company. And I had a 1/4-acre garden out front that quickly expanded to 1/2 acre, and I found myself spending my time when I was supposed to be working on client work, staring out the window at my garden, wishing I was able to spend more time out there and with my chickens, right? So I thought to myself, okay, well, how can I make a little bit of side money, maybe? Maybe I can make some money from the garden and I won't have to spend quite as much time on the computer with client work. So I started researching, trying to figure out, okay, what can I maybe do? And I came across the CSA concept, which in the Kansas City area at the time, this was back in the early 2000s, that wasn't something that was being done. It was more of an East Coast, West Coast thing. And so I thought, oh, well, this is a really interesting concept. And so I pitched it to my husband. Look, these people are going to find this random stranger on the internet, and they're going to give her money in October. And I promise that I'm going to give them some vegetables in May. What do you think? He pretty much had that reaction and looked at me like I had two heads. But after he thought about it for a little bit and I convinced him a little bit, he said, okay, you know what, go for it. And it was just going to be small and it was just going to be a side job. Fast forward 2 years later, and we had added additional livestock. So we went from just chickens, which we all know are the gateway livestock, to turkeys and pheasants and ducks and quail, and then we moved into pigs and cattle and goats, and I mean, everything under the sun we were growing on that little 5 acres. And we were selling at multiple farmers markets per week while we were waiting for our first 15 CSA members to show up and pick up their boxes. And it was fantastic. In 2 years, we also added a meat share to that, And then we started selling baked goods, and we added jams and jellies, and spice blends and teas, and then added garden starts and all kinds of fun stuff to go in your garden, and eventually this was starting to become my full-time gig. And that was great. And I thought having all of those things was, hey, we were diversified. I wanted to be a one-stop shop. If you walked into my booth at the farmer's market, I wanted there to be a 90% chance that you would walk out of there with something in your hands. I thought that was a good business model. Okay, so I said I thought that was diversified, right? Being diversified, especially if you are a rural business, is very important because inherently, specifically if you're an ag, it's a volatile industry. You know, we are at the mercy of weather and, you know, crop prices and feed prices and all kinds of different things. But rural businesses in general are vulnerable because we have a very limited pool of a population that we generally draw from. And so we kind of are at their whim. And there are all kinds of things that can disrupt that business. It could be things like weather or pests or global pandemic. You know, things that, you know, for a rural business can actually be very disastrous. So let's imagine your business is a three-legged stool, okay? And those legs are basically how you earn your income. If you lose one leg from under that stool, you are already tilting all over the place, and you can very, very easily fall over. So the idea behind diversifying your income is to add more legs under that stool. So that if you lose one, well, the other four can hold you up with no problem. So once the farm became our full-time gig, we were selling at 5 farmers markets across the week. I was at 2, my husband was at 2, and then we would swap off on that 5th one. If any of you in here sell at farmers markets, you know how exhausting that probably was, in addition to the fact that we were growing all this stuff and raising all the animals and taking them to butcher and all of these things. So, you know, it was a lot, but we were stretched really, really thin. A few years into it, I decided that if we were going to keep this as our full-time income, then we needed to expand. We went from 5 acres, picked up that homestead, and we dropped it onto 40. But we didn't expand everything. We actually niched down just a little bit. So we kind of narrowed our focus. We went down to just chickens for their eggs and pork and got rid of all the other livestock. So that was, you know, a big relief right there. We also sort of pared down our offerings too. I stopped doing the baked goods. I stopped doing the jams and jellies, not so much because they weren't selling, because I still have, a decade later, people coming back to me and asking about some very particular flavors that they used to buy from me. So it's not that it wasn't a good product, it just meant that we needed to sort of hone our focus a little bit. So we expanded the varieties of produce that we were selling, but we always kept that sort of core of what customers would routinely come back for, and we just kind of added some niche items here and there. We also expanded our CSA program because now the idea was we were going to keep our income streams at like a 50-50. So 50% of our income was going to come from the CSA and 50% was going to come from the farmers markets, and that would cover us for the entire year because remember our CSA is paying basically for our operational budget in the off season when we don't have as much income coming in. So our product lines at that point were narrowed to produce and pork, eggs, spice blends and teas, and then plants. We did a lot with the garden starts. And so basically we had 5 legs under our stool, and I thought that was pretty good. The reality is that farming and rural businesses in general are just unpredictable. Market demand can change very quickly from one season to another. For rural entrepreneurs, especially in retail spaces, we know how fickle the buying public can be. Service-based businesses, you can struggle for sure at times to find the clients that we cater to when we are working within a limited population. So this is why diversification isn't just a good idea, it's essential. It is important for us to spread our income out across multiple streams so that we create a safety net. Because if one leg of that stool falters, we will have more legs to hold us up. And as small scale farmers and rural entrepreneurs, we are very uniquely positioned to think creatively and to pivot very quickly when things happen and we need to change because of our size, because of our location. We have a unique attribute in that. So we can tap into the skills that we already have in order to be able to explore new markets or new income streams. Diversification isn't about working harder or working more hours. Yes, we're going to add some things, but it's about working smarter and making your farm or your business more resilient to the inevitable ups and downs of rural entrepreneurship. So we were going along in our farming business and we had those 5 different lines of products, and we had those 2 different ways that we were finding our customers, CSA and farmers markets. And then came March of 2020 and COVID-19. And I remember very distinctly sitting at my desk in my office, and I had my crop plan for the year laid all out in front of me. And I had freezers full of pork, and I had refrigerators full of eggs, and I had a greenhouse brimming at the seams with plants that were ready to go to customers, and I had beds full of leafy greens and everything else that was ready to harvest, and coming to the sudden realization that our biggest farmers market was not going to open that first Saturday in April. And the pain that began to form in the pit of my stomach when I realized that 50% of our income could have just disappeared like that. I had no idea what we were going to do. Sorry. I had to be the problem child with the video involved in her display today. Get it to work. But those of you who are giggling already know what this scene is. We lost our.
We're back.
Okay.
Sorry.
You're okay. Okay. So I mentioned a moment ago that we are uniquely positioned to pivot as rural entrepreneurs and small businesses, right? I think a lot of us proved that in 2020, that we were able to make real changes really quickly in order to be able to adapt to what was going on during COVID-19. For us, we were lucky in the fact that we already had an online presence, and we had the ability to be able to take credit card payments online. And so we very quickly pivoted to online orders for home delivery. That was our first thing. And that was so far out of the box for us. It wasn't even that we had considered doing home delivery before and just opted not to. It had never even been a consideration before. But it seemed like it was the only way to be able to get our products out to our customers where they needed it and to be able to get that inventory out the door. At the same time, we also started having our CSA customers who used to pick up at the farmers market also receive their boxes through home delivery. When the markets began to open up again, we kept that online ordering. Number one, because people weren't sure about the whole social distancing thing. But number two, because it seemed like a viable option for us. We also implemented online orders for pre-orders for pickup at the market. So people might want to come back to the markets, but maybe they didn't want to get that close to people for that long, so they could place their order online and just show up and grab their order and go. We have also kept that. So the pandemic forced us to take a really hard look at how we were operating our business and how we were earning our income. I just didn't want to feel that pain in my stomach ever again, let me tell you. So what are the benefits of diversifying your income stream? That very first one is stabilizing your cash flow. Okay, if you have multiple income sources, you are going to create a more stable and predictable financial outlook. So we already talked about the three-legged stool. In our case, it was a two-legged stool. I learned that lesson really quick. One leg was broken. We almost fell, and I never wanted that to happen again. So we began to add additional revenue streams to the farm. The next benefit would be you're mitigating your risk. So if you have varied revenue streams, if one area suffers, the others can sort of pick up the slack. So it wasn't enough for me to have 5 product lines if there were only 2 ways for our customers to get those products. And it's not enough to have multiple ways for the customers to get our products if all of our products all fell into the same vulnerable category. I'll let you chew on that one for a minute, we'll come back to that. So diversifying means not just multiple ways to reach our customers, but also to reach multiple types of customers. And that is where we start to vary our products and our services and the categories those products and services fall into. Not everybody shops at farmers market. Not everybody buys homegrown. Not everybody buys what you are offering, but they might be interested in it in some other way. So I might have the most flavorful tea blends in the entire county, and you might be a tea lover, but you might be more interested in learning how to make those tea blends yourself. Somebody might not be interested in buying farm fresh eggs, but they might pay to come tour the farm where those eggs are being raised. And those interests that people have are a really good way for us to start to figure out ways to diversify our income streams. So I said it's not enough to have multiple ways for customers to get our products if all of those products fall into the same vulnerable category. So it's direct-to-consumer specialty crops, or your pasture-raised meats, or cut flowers. These are all vulnerable categories. Wholesale, retail, service-based businesses are all vulnerable. So the things that we grow and we raise and we make and we do fall very close to our hearts because they're what we do. And in some cases, that's how we identify as who we are. What do you do? I'm a farmer. I don't say I do farming. I am a farmer. And so it's very close to us, and we feel like these things are very important and that everybody needs to have them, but the consumer always has options. And so it may not be quite as important to them as it is to us. So if we can't make ourselves indispensable in one area, then we need to make ourselves available in other areas. So we have 2 ways to diversify. We have accessibility and we have availability. So accessibility means that our goods are accessible to the consumer in multiple ways. So our farm no longer relies just on CSA and farmers markets for people to access our goods. We have online orders for home delivery, we have the online orders for pickup, we have people coming and shopping directly on the farm. So that's basically 5 different ways that people can get our goods. Now, could we add other ways? Absolutely. We can move into wholesale. We could wholesale either to a food hub, or we could wholesale directly to a restaurant or directly to a grocery store. We could even wholesale to other CSA farmers if we wanted to. If the CSA farm up the road 5 miles is having a really lousy tomato year, but we're having a fantastic one, I could wholesale directly to them if they need to fill their boxes. So there are additional ways for us to be able to add ways for people to access our goods. If we want to give ourselves a more stable income, then we also need to be sure that customers have access to our products. Now, what about availability? Okay, we talked accessibility, now we're talking availability. This means the types of goods that customers have access to. So we're talking multiple product lines or multiple services or a combination thereof. So I thought in the beginning that being diversified meant having a lot of stuff, right? Remember, I wanted to be your one-stop shop. I had everything you could possibly think of. And that's part of it. Having a lot of things available is part of it. But it also means having products available to the consumer that fall in different categories because you're going to attract different types of customers, right? So the veggies and the meat and the eggs and the jams and all of those things all fall under one vulnerable category, and that is food, okay? But then I had the garden stuff over here, and I had the garden starts and the plants and the things that go with that. That actually is two different sets of customers. Now, there is some overlap, obviously, because some of the people that buy the veggies also want to buy their own plant starts and vice versa. But I might be attracting two different types of customers. So this is giving me two different categories that I'm selling in, right? That is helping to attract different customers, and that is helping to diversify. So if we combine those two categories of products, and then we're providing 5 different ways for those customers to get those different categories of products, well, now we're getting somewhere, okay? My notes so I don't forget anything. Now, for me, that wasn't enough. Because again, that whole pain in the pit of my stomach, never wanted to feel that again, right? So, in 2021, we began to add education and consulting. And I say we, that is the royal we, that is me, myself, and I. My husband does not do that. I am the one who does this. But garden consulting, going out and teaching people how to do their own stuff. I started a gardening podcast, which actually won the Women in Podcasting Award for Best Leisure Podcast last year. Monetized that, thank you. We added online classes later on, started teaching workshops on the farm. And oh, by the way, you're coming to learn how to grow your own garden. Here's my greenhouse over here. It's overflowing with plants that you can put into your garden. So it's all tying together, right? I'm getting one type of customer to come out and offering them multiple product lines. We're also working on creating agritourism experiences on the farm. So it's a different way to bring customers out to the farm. They may not be interested in buying the produce, but they might like to go for a hike. They might like to camp for the weekend. Or they might like to come out for a farmer for a day program of some sort, right? People are interested in what we're doing. I am very much into fitness. I'm an endurance runner. I run 50 miles for fun. I also like weight training, and so I went and got my group fitness instructor certification. So I can offer farm fit boot camp if I want to on the farm. Could be a totally different type of customer. Once they come out, they might very well be interested in some of the flowers they got in the greenhouse or some of the produce that's up there on that farm stand. So it's all tying in together, right? But it is different categories of products and services. And now, of course, I have taken my very extensive experience in being a serial entrepreneur and running multiple small businesses, which I have done for a very long time. I actually started that after I got out of the Marine Corps. I ran that small business management company. So now I've gone a little bit back into that now with the Growth Table and the Small Business Collective, and also doing talks and stuff like this. I do lunch and learns, all those things. So all different ways that we can bring revenue in to where if one of them starts to go belly up, the others can start to pick up the slack. This doesn't mean that you are increasing your types of revenue or your number of products and making it equal to your current revenue stream, right? I just talked about a whole bunch of things that we are doing all at once, and that can sound very, very overwhelming, even for somebody like me who runs on caffeine. You can tell, right? I'm up here. I'm not spending equal amounts of time on each of these ventures, and they don't all garner the same amount of attention. So, that of course is going to lead to burnout. We don't want that. There's an epidemic of farmer burnout in this country anyway. We don't want to add more stress. Even service-based and retailers, I mean, if you are in a small business, you already are feeling the stress of being a small business owner, so we don't wanna make that stress worse. The idea of this is we're trying to alleviate some of that stress. So, we just want to add some things to what you're already doing that somehow relate and play off of your expertise and allow you to start to build those up to a level where if they need to garner more of your attention, because this one over here isn't doing so well, it can, okay? So we talked about ways to make your goods and services more accessible. What could you make more available, right? So if you grow specialty crops or you raise meats or you grow flowers, what are some options for you that capitalize on the infrastructure that you already have available to you and in place? What do you as a service provider specialize in that could pivot into something new for a completely different demographic or customer? How do we add these new revenue streams or lines? So the first thing is value-added products, okay? And if you're a farm business of some sort, you likely already understand what this means. You are transforming raw products into high-value items. We did that with the jams and jellies. I don't do that anymore, but I very easily could move back to that if I needed to take the fruit that's being harvested on the farm and turn it into a jam or a jelly for sale. It's a different sort of thing that people look for. They may not necessarily buy the fresh fruit, but they might buy the jam, right? If you are a flower grower, what can you do that not everybody wants to buy a $20 or $30 bunch of flowers that's gonna sit on their table for a week or so. But they might be very interested in buying something that is a pressed flower into a coaster that is covered with resin that they're gonna have for a long time. If that's a very specific example, it's because I have one sitting on my bedside table that I bought from a flower grower, and I love it. I don't buy fresh flowers much, I can grow my own, but I bought that. So different things, different ways that you can add value to your product. We've got one of the people showcased out here who is doing pork, and there's dog treats that go along with it. Absolutely, somebody might not even eat pork, might not even be in their diet, but they know their dog loves it, and so they're buying those treats. Those types of things are value-added products, right? If you are a retailer or if you're doing something in service, okay, you can do gift baskets, you can do curated collections. If you have services, you can bundle those services. Something that you are doing that is adding value to your already existing products. That's the first step, and that's usually the easiest to get started in because you're working off of something that you already have. The next thing would be educational services, okay? Workshops, classes, online courses, all of these things. Teach others about what you do. Growing produce, composting. If you're a livestock grower, teaching people to grow or raise their own livestock on a small scale. Homesteading is huge right now. Backyard homesteading, even bigger, because not everybody has 5 acres they have access to. Not everybody has 1 acre. How to raise backyard chickens, those types of things. How to garden, how to compost. If you, make candles, how to make your own candles. If you are an HVAC person, hey, let me teach you how to maintenance your system yourself so that you don't have to call me every time your air filter is clogged up. Mechanics, can you imagine a mechanic offering a 1-hour class focused towards teenagers on how to maintenance your car? This is how you check your oil. This is how you change your tire. Parents would flood to them. Please, take my teenager. Teach them. Literally and figuratively. And it's not taking anything away from your business. That's the one thing that cracks me up sometimes is I have given away information for free the entire time that I have been in business. And it doesn't matter what business it's been. I love teaching people how to do what I do. And never have I ever worried about, this is gonna bring me less business. And I had people at the farmer's market listen to me tell somebody, this is how you grow your own tomatoes, or this is how you plant this plant, or this is how you cook this thing, whatever. And they'll come up to me and say, hey, don't you think, if you're teaching all these people how to garden, well, they're gonna grow their own and they're not gonna come back to you and buy your stuff. And my response to that is, well, good for them. That's fantastic. If I am that good of a teacher that they took that advice and they went home and they are now growing all of their own food, I need an award of some kind. I am not worried that they're not going to come back to me. Because even if they don't come back to me for their tomatoes, they likely are going to come back to me for advice on something, or they might come back to me for a plant. And if they don't ever come back to me at all, it's very likely they're going to refer their friends to me. You know what, we don't buy from her anymore because I know how to grow all my own food now. But you should go buy your stuff from her because she gives great advice, or she has great vegetables, or whatever. There is never anything wrong with giving away advice for free, so don't ever think that you teaching other people to do what you do is going to somehow detract from your business. It's just not the case. And yes, people can just look it up on YouTube if they want to. Why would somebody want to pay to have me talk to them about what I do? Yes, you can look up a lot of stuff on YouTube. That also takes effort, right? They have to go through and try to find the information for themselves. And it's very likely that if they are in contact with you, you are already a trusted source for them. So they are more likely to come to you and give you 20 or 30 bucks for a class. And if they're not, you can put it on YouTube. And if you want to monetize that, you can. It takes a while to do that. Same thing with podcasts. It took me a while to monetize the podcast. But that's not necessarily the way that you make the money. You can use your YouTube or your podcast to direct people to your other things. So look at it more as marketing at that point. Or just a way if you really like to talk to yourself, but you don't feel like you're just talking to yourself. The next thing would be agritourism, especially if you're a farm-based business. I mentioned that we're trying to groom our property to make it to where you can, go for a trail run, or you can go walk on the trails, or you can camp, or you can be a farmer for the day. You don't necessarily have to do anything that extreme, just doing basic farm tours. Groups will pay to come and see what it is that you are doing. And I promise you, from somebody who lives on a farm where you hear the Sanford and Sons theme when you drive up my driveway, it does not have to be pristine. Those of you who did not laugh, you need to go look up that show, because I now know that I've just aged myself. It's a mess. That's all I'm going to say is it's a mess. There's a lot of farm stuff sitting around, and that is okay. That's not what people see when they come to your farm. They want to see the animals. They want to see the vegetables. They want to see what it is that you're growing. That's what they're interested in. And it's also a really good way to let people know that that's what a real farm looks like. It's not a farm that was built specifically for tours and tourism, whatever. It's an actual operational farm, and most of us have some stuff that's just sitting around that should have gone to the equipment graveyard, or it is the equipment graveyard, whatever. So yeah, get love, yeah. So don't let that stop you from inviting people out. Children's groups, especially homeschool groups, love to do things where they go to a farm and they get to see the animals and the things that they see in their books all the time. It's a really great way to add a line of revenue to your income. The next would be consulting and mentorship. I have shared my different expertise with people my entire adult life, whether they wanted it or not. If you are experienced at something, you can offer consulting services to newcomers in your industry, whatever that is. If you think back to when you started your business and what you had to go through and learn the hard way, wouldn't it have been nice to have somebody that you could call, or a class that you could go to, or somebody that you could pay, that you could skip those first sort of 5 really hard steps and just get to step 6 without having to completely suffer through it? And for those of you who did have that opportunity, how wonderful would it be to be that person for somebody else? And so while you absolutely can give your knowledge away for free, and I think you should, and help teach other people as they're doing things, if they need more hand-holding, if they need more of your time, then it needs to be worth something to you as well, because your time is valuable. So all the knowledge that you have up in your head as to what it is that you know how to do can be shared with somebody else for a fee. Doesn't mean you always have to monetize what you're doing, but if you are spending a lot of time with somebody, there is nothing wrong with them paying you for your knowledge, and they are getting the benefit too. okay? And don't ever think that you don't know enough. If you are 2 steps ahead of somebody else, you can be teaching somebody else, right? And they will appreciate it. The next thing would be niche markets. So if you are a grower, you know, you can grow things that are very specific, that are very high in demand. Think things like microgreens have been big for a while now, and not everybody is doing them. There's always some demand for that. Right now, I'm seeing mushrooms as being a real good niche product. There is a huge demand, at least in the Kansas City area, for fresh mushrooms from the consumer side, also from the chef and restaurant side as well. And even though there are a lot more growers than there used to be, there's not nearly enough to fit that demand. You know, the only thing they can get from Cisco or the other, you know, sort of commercial delivery services is the white button mushrooms and maybe some portobellos, but they're looking for really niche types of mushrooms. That would be something that you can do if you're a produce grower already. Develop a line of mushrooms that you can sell, right? Either with direct to consumer or again, go through that wholesale route. If you know, you can cater to specific markets, so chefs or herbalists, that sort of thing. If you're a retailer, you can add things that are eco-friendly, right? Or you can, you know, cater to the sustainability mindset of a lot of the customers that come in. If you're a coffee shop even, you can offer fair trade certified, a whole line of coffees that are specifically focused towards those types of consumers. Every single business has a niche that you can lean into a little bit that doesn't necessarily need to be your whole encompassing business. It's just one more little line that kind of plays off of something that you're already doing. But it gives you an additional stream of revenue that is kind of already waiting to be filled, right? And then one of my favorites, subscription or membership services. Now the traditional CSA model is not necessarily a subscription per se, although that has sort of morphed into that now, where a lot of farms will do a pay as you go. So rather than, you know, paying up front like they do with our farm and getting that return on investment later, it's more of a box subscription. I'll give you a weekly box for $17.95 and it's whatever, it's the farmer's choice, I throw it in, you know, or whatever the case may be. Box subscriptions right now are big, and you see it all over the internet. It's, you know, started mostly with Dollar Shave Club, I think was probably one of the first ones that did it really well, but there's a lot of different versions of that. You can do that with your own business. You know, even if you're a service-based business, you can do subscriptions too for your services that give you a continuous line or stream of income based on what you're already doing. It's just a different way to provide that service because, you know, there are a lot of people out there who kind of want that no-brainer. They just want to pay the monthly fee, it's on an auto-renew, and they're going to get access to you whenever they need it. And that is what they want. They don't have to think about it. It's all about removing those sort of barriers to entry. You know, the easier you make it for people, the better off or the more likely they are to shop with you, okay? So now that we've talked about the different ways to do this, or the different things that you can add, let's talk about how to do it, because I know I just said a lot of stuff, and right? And I give you a lot of options. And there are so many things that I did not mention, because a lot of this stuff is very specific to what it is that you do in your business. It's up to you to think about the things that maybe customers have looked for from you that you don't currently offer, but you could, right? So how do we start doing this? The very first thing is to assess your resources, okay? Evaluate your skills, evaluate your current assets, and figure out what's already working for your business, and then identify the areas where you could possibly expand. You know, like I said, we had never even considered home delivery. It wasn't even an option. It wasn't like we threw that idea away and said, no, that's too much work. We just never even thought about it. And now it is a very large part of our business every year. And we're out there delivering once a week, every week, for the majority of the season. Is it a little bit more work? Yes, but we also were able to sort of shrink the number of markets that we attend to make it much more manageable for us. So we're not doing all the things at 100% volume all the time, right? We're making these little adjustments as we go to kind of add things over here to back off of things over here and make sure that we have our revenue sort of split amongst all those different things. So the next thing to think is start small, okay? I am the worst at this. I have a hobby, now it's business. That's just kind of how it moves. And I have to bring myself in, and I know that about myself now. I mentioned that I went and got my group fitness instructor certification. What I failed to mention was at the same time I signed up for that, I also signed up to become a certified personal trainer, a certified nutrition coach, and a corrective exercise specialist all at the same time. I haven't finished those other 3 yet, but I did finish the what. But start small. Choose 1 or 2 things that you think you might like to pursue and get started with that and kind of test them out before you scale them up. I'm not advocating for you to add these new things and jump right in with both feet and forget about everything else, because that's not the idea here. We want to make you more stable, not less stable, okay? But of course, we want to research the market. Okay, we want to make sure that there is actually a demand for what it is that you plan to offer. One of the problems that I see, especially when people start to add like classes and things and workshops, is they teach what they want to teach rather than teaching what people want to learn. And sometimes people don't know what they want to learn, right? So, I'll give you an example. The very first course that I offered online was called Plan Like a Pro. And it was, a garden planning course that was very in-depth and went through the steps that I use to plan our huge gardens and scaled it down for gardeners, teaching them how to do this. And the first time that I launched it, I talked a lot about the things that they were going to learn inside, things about interplanting and companion planting and, how to get the most out of your space and how to do this and how to do that. And I didn't have very many people sign up for it because I wasn't positioning it the right way. They didn't want to learn about that. They just wanted to know how to grow the best garden they possibly could. So as soon as I focused on the fact that, oh yeah, you got that information too. I'm going to teach you what you want to know, but I'm also going to teach you what you need to know. So we have to focus on what it is that they want before we can give them what we need, right? What they need. So make sure that you are researching with your current customers and finding out what it is that they feel like they're missing in terms of a product or a service or a class or a workshop, anything. Because we don't want to build something or start something and not have an audience for it, not have a buyer for it, right? And then finally, once you get all of this going, leverage your existing customer base to launch these things. I don't care if it's an additional product line, if it's a new service, if it's a whole brand new side business that you want to start. Utilize the contacts that you already have. It can be your customers, it can be your suppliers. One of the smartest things that I did, and I can say it was one of the smartest things that I did without sounding like I'm bragging because I didn't know it was smart when I was doing it. I did it kind of on accident. Was when I was getting ready to start Just Grow Something, and I was getting ready to start launch the podcast. I utilized our farm Facebook page and Instagram and our email list. And I started putting out what we call Garden Talk Tuesdays. And so every week on Tuesday during the season, we would post some information that was a gardening tip or some information about, how this particular thing grows or how you should preserve this or whatever. And it was just once a week, but it was always under the heading of Garden Talk Tuesday. And we just sort of watched the traffic to see what would happen with those posts. And then we started including them in our email newsletter as well. So after a few months of this, and we had a lot of engagement, people talking about it, I went ahead and I launched Just Grow Something, both the podcast and all of the pages associated with it. And then I invited everybody from my other platforms and said, hey, by the way, for those of you who have been participating in Garden Talk Tuesdays, here is this whole page over here that is dedicated to nothing but the gardening. And oh, by the way, here's this brand new podcast that is talking to you about gardening. I had an instant audience for that because I had primed them, number one, and though I knew who was looking for this information. So I had done my market research at the same time that I was leveraging my existing customer base to now have them led towards this other new product. So don't be afraid to tell your customers what it is that you're doing, even if you don't think that they are the customer that wants this. Remember, we talked about diversifying because you don't want all the same customers. You want customers that like this product line. You want customers that like this product line. It's okay if they overlap. And it's okay to send the people who are over here all of the information about what's over here, because if they don't need it, want it, love it, they might know somebody who does. There might be somebody in their world. And if they're already a customer of yours, they've already built some of that trust, they've already built that rapport with you, they're more likely to share your stuff anyway, right? So don't be afraid. Same thing goes with suppliers too. You know, if I am doing garden starts and I'm talking about gardening, et cetera, wherever I'm getting my seeds from locally, wherever I'm getting my plants from locally, I'm talking to them. You know, hey, by the way, I've got this gardening podcast. If you have customers who are interested, here's a stack of my cards. Will you hand them out for me? I've already got a relationship with them. They have a relationship with their customer. Now their customer becomes mine. Okay? So don't be afraid to utilize that when you're building something new. You can tell I had a lot of caffeine because I ran through this real fast today. But I want to say, is there going to be a little bit of hustle with this? Absolutely. I mentioned that I just started, the growth table. And trust me when I say I am somebody who does not miss out on sleep. I guard my sleep. I make sure on average I get 8 to 9 hours of sleep a night. That's how I have so much energy. But I also know that because I'm building something new, that I might have to give up a little bit of that, right? So I know that I'm going to be in a little bit of a hustle right now to build up this new income stream, this new source of revenue over here. And I know that that is temporary, and that's what we want. We want to know in our heads, okay, I'm only doing this hustle for a little bit of time to get this off the ground, and then things can kind of shift a little bit to where I am back to a bit of a routine. I have just added something new over here, and I can sort of back off of something over here and get things back even again. We do not want burnout. We actually are trying to prevent that. We want additional revenue streams so we have a little bit less stress in our lives. So make sure when you're starting these things, you understand, yes, it's going to take some additional effort, it's going to take some time, might take a little bit of funding, and that's okay, so long as you have a plan in place for where that ends and where these things start to even out a little bit. I can tell you with the number of things that I have going on in terms of our businesses, that if something were to happen again, another global pandemic or something else, I am very confident that if something was to happen to our main produce business, because we just stopped doing pork actually this last year. We no longer are doing pork or the eggs or anything else. We are now just produce and plants. But if something were to happen over here, I know that I have these other areas that I could throw my additional time into and be able to raise the income that's coming in from those other revenue streams or to make up the difference, right? I know that there was just a bunch of flooding here recently. In fact, I drove through a lot of it on the way back from Atlanta, right as it was happening. So I saw, it was heartbreaking as we were driving down this direction, and I guess it was just south of here, we had encountered a dust storm across the highway because both fields were being plowed and there wasn't any cover crops or anything in place and the winds were high and there was zero visibility. But we knew, okay, well they probably just did their first spring plant and we continued on our way. As we were coming back, all of those fields were underwater. And that was all we saw. It looked like they were ponds, they weren't fields anymore. And we have had that, at our place. One of our fields was in a flood zone that we didn't know existed, and we lost an entire year's tomato crop that year. And that was a panic moment. At this stage of the game, I actually wouldn't panic. I would be okay. I'm gonna leave you with one more story before I ask the questions. When I was living in Indianapolis, I was the executive administrator for an architecture firm. This was in the late 1990s. And it was a successful firm. There was the architect and a couple of associate architects that worked with him, 5 CAD drafters, an interior designer, and me. And I ran all the stuff that was not architecture involved, right? So I did all the books, I did all of the marketing, I did all of the business planning, all of it. And the firm specialized in retail spaces, both main retail and also outlet stores. So, they had some big clients, Tommy Hilfiger, Eddie Bauer, the Finish Line, and it was a good gig because it was consistent. They were opening up stores every few, months. It was kind of a rinse and repeat type of a thing because it was the same setup every single time. You just had to sort of fit it to whatever space they were moving into. It was a good gig if you could get it. But we also had opportunities for other commercial developments that we could have designed for and we could have gotten involved in. And of course, there was also homeowners that were looking to have things designed. Now, the main architect did not want to have anything to do with, with homeowners or building homes, and I got that. You kind of find your niche and you stick to it. But he also didn't want anything to do with any of the other commercial developments that were being proposed to us, or the construction companies who were looking for architects to work with them directly. He just liked his gig, and he liked for us to stick with what we were doing. And so after a while, I shut up about it. I kept saying, okay, we might want to look at something else, but no, okay. Well, early spring 2001, I left that firm and went back on active duty with the Marine Corps, and actually ended up out here in Kansas City. And what happened in September of 2001? 9/11. And immediately following 9/11, the retail market crashed. Nobody was opening stores. They weren't just not opening stores, they were closing existing stores. And this architecture firm that had been in business for 15 years and was doing $500,000 in sales every single year, closed within 18 months because he had all of his income in one very vulnerable line, right? So I am passionate about this for a lot of different reasons because I've experienced it from a lot of different angles. I do not want any small business owner to feel what I felt during the pandemic, the beginning of it. If you are still here and you are still in business and you were in business during that time, kudos to you for actually being able to stick it out and get through it, because a lot of small business owners did not. So I encourage you, even if it's just one small thing that you can do to add an additional line of revenue to your business, or another way for customers to be able to access what it is that you are selling, I highly recommend that you do it and save yourself possible heartache of something like that happening to you. Okay, I threw a lot at you. Who has questions for me? Yes?
So how much and how do you rely on social media and paid online marketing?
That is a really good question. And it's a good question because social media has evolved quite a bit just in the last couple of years. It used to be with social media that the whole goal was to build followers. And because the only way that you saw something was if you followed somebody. You followed somebody, you got to see their content. Now if you follow somebody, you're lucky if you see their stuff 10% of the time because the algorithm has changed. And so now it's actually easier for us to reach potential customers because that algorithm is now going the way of, I don't know how many of you have gotten onto TikTok ever, but the TikTok algorithm is completely different, or was, from anything else the other networks were doing because it was interest-based. So that algorithm would figure out the things that you were interacting with the most and it would feed you more of that. Well, now Facebook and Instagram and Snapchat and all the others are moving that same direction, which means that people don't have to follow you to see your stuff. All you have to do is talk about what it is that you do, and the people who are looking for what you do are going to get fed your content. So I think right now, more than ever, social media is a really good way to get the information out about your business and your services. And it's free. If you're not doing paid ads, that's okay. There are strategic ways to do paid ads. But if you can post to social media in any way, shape, or form and do it consistently, people are going to find you because now the algorithm is serving that. And people are used to that now People aren't bothering to follow anybody anymore because they know they're gonna get it served to them anyway. So it's no longer about followers, and you actually have more of an opportunity to get in front of people. So utilizing social media is a really, really good strategy. If you're using social media ads, you likely probably want to change the way you're using those right now. My biggest suggestion would be post your native content, post your free content, and do it frequently and play with it a little bit, right? See what works, see what kind of exposure you get, so how many views you get on those carousels or on those reels, and if you're not doing reels, you're not doing video, I highly recommend that you do, because the algorithm pushes video way more than it does static images anymore, especially text. Look and see how that's performing, and if you can tweak it. Once you get something that hits really, really well, if you have a particular post or reel that hits hard, you get a lot of people viewing it, you get a lot of people either saving it or sharing it or interacting in some way, then turn that into a paid post. And then just focus it on your particular market, which if you're not familiar with doing like paid media on social media like Facebook and such, you can actually target your demographic. So whereas if you're throwing stuff out there into social media land and it's going to whomever, wherever, but you really want to focus on people that are in your specific demographic, if you find something that works really, really well, turn that into a paid ad, change the verbiage a little bit to focus toward your particular audience that you want to reach, and then pay to have it targeted to them, and then it's going to do really well for you. I don't love the idea of spending a ton of money on paid media, social media, when we can throw a ton of stuff out there for free and find out what's working, and then pay to have that pushed out, if that makes sense. Yeah, but I love social media, and I love email lists. I am all about having an email list, because anybody who signs up for your email list wants to hear from you. So, and if you're sending too much, they'll let you know too. I do that all the time. You had a question?
Me? Yes. Okay, so I took a little interest when you said leverage your audience. So you basically mean by just like helping understand like the needs and wants of your customers, or what was the main point behind that?
Yes, in both ways. So yes, you want to use your existing customers for your market research. Pay attention to what they feel like is missing from your business, from your product lines, from your services, whatever. So things that they had asked for, keep track of how many times that's being asked for, how many people have come in and asked you for X, Y, and Z, and is it something viable to give them? But also leverage them in terms of when you do launch something, making sure that they know that that something, that new something is available, even if you don't think that they are your target audience, because they might know somebody who is in your target audience. You're giving me that questioning look. Okay, let me try this another way. We don't want all of our customers on this basket, right? We want to find some customers that are over here in this basket. So we're starting a new product line or a new service that's going to target these guys over here. But if we start with just focusing on these guys, we're not really having a place to start. We're starting from zero. Versus starting over here and sending these guys all of their information, saying, hey, look at what brand new thing we're doing. If this doesn't interest you, could you share it with a friend? Or do you know somebody who would like to take advantage of this? And then they can share it and help draw in those new customers. That's what I mean by leveraging your customers. Does that make sense?
Basically, just like understand your customers by getting their feedback and taking that critically is what I'm getting.
Oh, absolutely.
Okay,
Yeah.
that
Oh,
makes
yeah.
more
You
sense.
always want. Yeah.
Okay.
And I'm a big proponent of all feedback is good feedback. Okay, 99.9% of feedback is good feedback. It's all a learning experience in some way, shape, or form, but it also can help define how it is that we find other ways to bring new income in to our business, right? And then once we have that information and we develop a product or we develop a service, then we can push it right back out to those customers again, and then they can share that on our behalf, even if they are not our target demographic, because they already follow us and they already engage with us. Did that answer your question?
Yeah, I kind of answered. So this is all just based on what you mentioned as the skills, assets, and what's already worked, basically. So. Okay.
Yep. Evaluate what is already working for you and figure out additional ways that you can enhance
Alright, I
that.
see.
Yep. And I am absolutely gonna be around for the rest of the day. I'll be there here for the mixer and everything too. So if you have more like one-on-one, very specific, because like I said, this was very general. There are a lot of different industries in here, a lot of different types of businesses, and there's a lot of very specific questions you can ask about that. I am super happy to chat with you and answer anything that you have.
Any other questions? We have time maybe for one more. All right.
That went up fast.
You mentioned that if you're starting a new venture, you make a plan to hustle with an end point.
Yes.
I work with so many businesses that never stop hustling ever. How do you define and then enforce with yourself that end point?
Oh, that's a good one. I like it. So that is going to be very specific to each person's individual goals, for sure. And I think that is probably one of the biggest challenges for entrepreneurs in general, but serial entrepreneurs like myself, who feel like they always have a lot of great ideas and want to implement all of those great ideas. And I mean, okay, there's only 24 hours in a day, right? We can only do so much, and there's only so much coffee to go around. So we have to define what the end game is, because we can't play the game if we don't know when it's finished, period. And a lot of us, and I've been just as guilty, we start something without figuring out what it means to us for that thing to be a success. So if I'm starting to add something, I want something new. Like Growth Table as an example. I wanted a community where small business owners and solopreneurs could come together. They could be mentored in the things that they don't know and give support to each other in things that maybe they do know that they can share, right? That was the goal. But I have to have an end game to figuring out what does that look like when it's complete, meaning when it's been put together and it's sort of now it's running like it's supposed to, and I can take a step back and go, okay, I don't have to work until 9 o'clock tonight. I don't have to work until 10 o'clock. So I had to define for myself, when X, Y, and Z has been accomplished, okay, now I know I can take a step back, and this now just sort of works into my regular work hours where X number of hours a week I'm focused on this project. Does that answer the question?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think you really just have to define the goal and define whatever that is for you, because if you jump into it without knowing what your end game is, it just becomes a never-ending game, and there is no finish to it. Anybody else?
I had a question, as far as consultation.
Yeah.
Like, I was thinking, like, there's so many resources, like through the, University of Missouri Extension, NRCS, like, how do you put yourself in a place where you can, be marketable in comparison to these other resources that everyone has access to?
You embrace the resource, and you make yourself the sort of the go-to, the trusted person to them, right? So I've done that a lot through, just let's use the gardening for an example, I've done that through the podcast. If you listen to my podcast every single week when it comes out, I'm talking in your ear all the time. I become your kind of go-to resource. So when somebody has a question, they may not necessarily go to the NRCS, or they may not go to the University Extension Service, they might come directly to me. And sometimes I just want to go, couldn't you have Googled that? But that's what I wanted, right? I wanted them to make me their resource. Now, I also reference those other resources. So I absolutely embrace those things. My first thing is, for your area, if you're dealing with a specific pest, I want you to go to your local university extension website or your Department of, Natural Resources and look this up. And then I give you the resources to be able to figure it out. At that point, I'm just kind of building that trust factor, because I'm not trying to get money out of them all the time. But when they're ready to take that next step and they want somebody to hold their hand, that's when they call me. And that's when they say, okay, I have been gardening for 5 years. I can't figure this out. I've looked everything up. I don't know what to do. Will you come out to my house? And I say, absolutely. And there's a fee that goes along with that. So I am happy to give as much as possible, and I do that willingly. And it's not strategic, it's just how I am, I want to give them that information, but that makes them that makes me trustworthy to them. And so they know when they just wanna get the answer and they don't wanna have to go look it up in 25 different locations and try to figure out what is the correct answer, they can just come to me and say, you know what, come out to my house for an hour and help me figure this out. And that's what I do.
Thank you, Karen, we really appreciate it. We know Karen likes coffee, so here's some coffee from the local truck patch, which is a local store that sells produce and meat, some of your products. So we're gonna take a break. I do wanna just remind you of a few things. The water bottle you have, it is clean, just so you know. We clean those water bottles. If it has a piece of paper in it, it says, don't put it in the dishwasher. Some of us who cleaned them took that piece of paper out, some left it in, but they are clean, so be sure to use them. I do want to, part of your name tags, there was a little blue piece of paper behind it, a little ticket. I'm gonna do a drawing. That means that somebody's going to win a $50 gift certificate to the truck patch. So I'll have you, she's come all the way from Germany to, no, you wanna draw one out of here? So pick one out.
Okay.
And then I'm gonna read this number. No, you give me this one. So who has number 114155? 114155. Does anybody have that number?
Next.
Next? Okay. All right, well, okay, 114137. 114137, come on up. Amber, here you are. And then we have one more drawing, Jean and West Plains Greenhouse donating these beautiful flowers for us. If you're not a winner, I think Michael Jackson is here and he has some for sale, so you can still win one. 114188. All right, Mr. Monty. Mr. Williamson, I'll let you get one later. But enjoy your break, come back at 3 o'clock. Our next activity will be the pitch competition. I have 4 very nervous people in here that are eager to get their pitches over to.
Yeah, I don't get it.
I know, like the most important, and I think
Exactly, I'm like,
Is
I tried to write everything down last night.
tree.
I was thinking about it today, I'm like, nowhere in here did I say like, so we got what we have. Anything about the herd, I'm like, man, they're here about this, like, I didn't even know.
Covering my
Actually, I was gonna when we were talking, so I was tearing up myself. I think I was talking like bars. Not any, I don't want to go through our 5 generations, like number 5. I want her to be a second. I love it. I'm so passionate about the whole. And I want to keep that. I think there's such a lot of things
in the Mexican restaurant. I was just ordering like chicken first. So
yeah, sure, let's go.
This is why I talked to her, because anyone else is like, so it's bread and butter cookies.
Okay.
And this is the fresh wheat bread. In Japan, these go for about anywhere from $30 to $50 a pound. They use
It's not the house, but up there.
a little bitty building. They have a little
Love that.
It's not bad. Yeah. And you get all that good polysaccharide gel and zinc and all that magnesium and everything else. Obviously, I'm working on my delivery. Well, I'm like that.
There you go. Exactly.
Okay, so
Don't pull mine, I
All right, I like mood lighting, so. Welcome to the pitch competition. So this event is inspired by the TV show Shark Tank. And so think of aspiring entrepreneurs pitching their business idea for a chance to win a prize. In this case, all of them will win a prize, but they're vying for the top prize of $1,000, a year of free co-working in our upstairs co-working space, and business mentoring for a year. So we have 4 individuals that will be pitching their business idea today. 3 of those individuals attended OzSBI's Launch You class. This was a 9-week class they went through to learn how to write a business plan. In the very end, they competed with the 15 students in the class to be the top individuals that then would pitch at Epic. So they're here today. Then we have 1 student who is not part of our Launch You class, but is a MSU student at West Plains. So we're really excited to have Viv with us today. She's part of the computer gaming program, and she joined us at Epic, and along with, I think, 3 of her other classmates, and she was the one of the top winners. So those 4 have been preparing and perfecting their pitch and are here today to present it to you. I want to give you just some information. Madison made these wonderful booklets. So if you look on page 5 and 6, and the reason why I want to do that is on page 5, you'll see the list of the different individuals pitching. I'm going to call them up by their first names because I cannot correctly pronounce Viv's last name, and so I just decided everybody gets a first name. But at the bottom, you'll see a QR code. This QR code means that at the end of the pitch competition, you can scan that code and you will be voting for who you think is your favorite pitch, whose business you think is most viable, who do you think should be the people's choice, and they will win this great basket put together by a local business. So I just want to make you aware of that. The other thing I want to visit with you about real quick is this wonderful group of judges. Of course, you met Kelly Slayton earlier with Community First Bank, Karen Velez with Just Grow Something. And then we also have Todd Weekly. Want to give him a little wave? He's a sheriff, so be good, right? No, Missouri Highway Patrol. This is right, Missouri Highway Patrol. But why we wanted Todd to come is he competed and won the 2022 pitch competition with his specialty woodworking business, T&A Squared. So we're really excited to have him today. He has been through it, he understands the nerves, and he also knows what it takes to have the winning pitch. So thank you for joining us, Todd, and coming back to do that today. So without further ado, I'm gonna call up the first contestant. That is Charity. Charity is one of our launching students, and while she gets up here and her presentation gets loaded, I just want to kind of give you a little bit of the lay of the land. Gene with OzSBI has the white flag, so he will wave. They have 6 minutes only to pitch. He will wave that at 5 minutes so they can stay on pace, and then at 6 minutes he'll fiercely wave it if they're not done. That means they have to stop, and whether they're complete or not. And then the judges will have about 3 minutes to ask questions. If there's a little extra time, we'll just see how we're pacing ourselves with the time. We'll let the audience maybe ask a question, but we'll just see where we're at after the judges get their questions in first. And then we have Isla Sloan, our CFO, that will be telling all the judging sheets. Any questions? All right, Charity, we're really excited to hear from you, so super nervous. Let's get started.
All right, hi everyone. My name is Charity Bledsoe. My company is Charity K. We make candles, wax melts, and skincare products. This is a single member LLC. I do it all, but I do get help and support from my fiance and kiddos from time to time when I need it. I started about 2 years ago. For Christmas, I wanted to give my loved ones something very personal and something that I made with my own hands. As I was researching into how to make these products, I ran across a lot of data and opinions on the ingredients that go into it. So, ladies, we use on average 13 products a day before we even step out the door. And gentlemen, you're not far behind with 11, okay? That's went up since 2004. But that's over 100 different ingredients. Now, of those is fragrance chemicals, about 15 we're exposed to. And some of those have hormone disrupting phthalates. So, what are phthalates? I didn't have a clue. Never heard of it before. But they were actually created in the 1930s. It is an oily chemical used as a plasticizer. It makes the plastics more flexible and durable. So they also throw it into products to make the fragrances last longer, to mix better. Look at the or not the benefits, the opposite of the benefits, the side effects associated with phthalates. You get asthma, allergies, it affects your learning attention, endocrine disruptor, parents, behavioral difficulties in children. Let's not forget the increasing risk of cancer. So how does it tie into candles, right? Well, fragrance is the most important factor in a candle, according to the National Candle Association. So we, at Charity K, we want to offer our customers a high-quality luxury candle without having to compromise their health. And we're doing that by using phthalate-free fragrance oils, but also coconut soy wax. It's a natural wax, it's biodegradable, it burns much cleaner, it produces less soot, which is that you see there, that is more characteristic of your paraffin wax. But it's better if you have allergies and for animals as well. And it just has an amazing hot throw. And that is whenever you light the candle, you can actually smell it. Now we also offer lip balms and lotions, which I do have some lip balms here for the judges to try out.
A little bribe to help.
But these are made with non-toxic ingredients, and for the fragrance in them, we use essential oils. Anything for the skin is essential oils. And as we progress, we hope to include deodorants, body wash, just other daily skincare products. Now, our target market, females, 74%, are the major ones that buy the candles. Homeowners, ages 25 to 45, into home decor, sustainability, wellness, relaxation, but let's not forget our gift givers either. Now, as you can imagine, the candle industry is heavily saturated. You've heard of Yankee Candle Company, Bath and Body Works, Scentsy, and here locally you have your do-it-yourselfers that sell at the farmer's market. Now, our indirect competitors are going to be like your spas, your salons, other places of relaxation, the companies that sell essential oils like Young Living. But then there's also other aromatherapy products such as Free diffusers. All right, so let's talk money, right? So it costs roughly, we're still kind of design, it's not finalized, but it roughly costs about $10 to make this. This one's empty, but it would be $10. We would in turn sell that for $35. Now this is less than the price of date night. And it lasts a lot longer, over 50 hours. So well worth it. But this is gonna be our primary source of revenue. In order to do that, our goal is to make $64,000 a year. And that would cover everything. And in order for me to do that, I would have to sell about 1,800 candles. Now that's only gonna take me 15 days out of the year to make and pour, right? That's completely doable. How are we going to market it? Well, we will be working with a website developer to get that up and going and get us out there in the open, a little bit more of an online presence. And we want to partner with some of those indirect competitors. Are you there?
A minute
One
to go.
minute, okay. With our indirect competitors, such as the salons, I do have a friend in Alton that has a business. She offered to let me list my products in there. But then our word of mouth. Now, I lost both my parents to lung disease and cancer, so we have always given back to help families that suffer from the illnesses and tragedies, and we're going to continue to do that going forward. This $1,000 is going to help us tremendously because we're going to be able to buy a lot of our supplies in bulk, which is going to take that cost of goods down, which means a higher profit, and we'll get to share that more with the community. So I want to thank you for your time. I hope to have you as a customer. God bless. And if you have any questions, I'll also show you a little up close of some examples.
So in terms of your marketing and your website design, is the intention to also be able to ship items, or is this specifically for local sales?
No, it's for shipping as well.
It is for shipping.
I do have a Square account right now, but I do have a full-time job, so I've not been able to invest into a whole lot of the marketing piece. With those numbers, that is me being able to step away from my 9 to 5 and invest fully on that.
So this becomes your full-time gig.
Yes.
Is the shipping cost calculated into the 64?
The way I have it now is I apply that in the shopping cart, which is $7. Even if it costs more, like going to California, I eat that. Currently right now with what I'm doing.
Could I ask the judges to speak just a little more loudly so the audience can hear the questions?
Yes, ma'am.
But don't stop asking questions.
Oh, no. I think you got them answered. Anybody else?
We have time for
Yeah.
questions.
Do you have? I don't have any more questions.
Yeah.
Audience, do you all have a question for Charity? Anyone? Nick?
What you got, Nick?
Is there any specific charities that you're donating to?
To be honest, we had talked about it, and I say me and my fiance, my silent partner back there. I like St. Jude's, but we are more into localized. We have done a benefit for a cancer patient to where we made one specific candle for him, like a smell that he loved, and all the profit from it went to him and his family. And then we also, a person's house burnt down, and we donated a basket of products for them to auction. So that's what we wanted.
Perfect. Thank you.
Another question, what are your current sales and where are you in your business now?
Honestly, been doing this for about a year, but I've not been strong into it. As I said, I do have a full-time job. We did do farmers markets for a few months. Once it started really getting cold, I stepped back because I'm no good with the cold. But we made about $3,400 last year, starting in April. So we stopped in October. And then every bit of that went back into the company to help get better equipment.
Is that $3,500 in that was
That was the net.
That was your net percent.
It's self-funded. I've done this all out of my pocket, so my goal is everything that gets made at this point, just to make it better. So I want to do that.
Thank you, Charity.
Thank you. You guys.
Well, the judges are scoring. We'll call up our next contestant, whose name is Jeremy. And Jeremy attended Law 2. He's a banjo maker, and he hails from Ava, Missouri. So what we love about this class is that we get people from all over, so. We might give the judges just a minute longer and let them set up. Jeremy, you're familiar with this?
Hello everyone, my name is Jeremy Meyers, and that's me at the top. Down here at the bottom is my wife, Brandy. She's going to be helping me out with this new launch that I'm attempting. We are attempting to launch Snowbird Banjo company for a second time, and we will be Missouri's only banjo manufacturer. So there are some individuals that do small amounts, but it's not a company. So before we can find out where we're going, we need to find out where we've been. So I've created this video to kind of show you guys where that has been. Sorry. It's okay. It takes a little time. That no longer exists. So this is the hope. This music that you're listening to is actually someone demonstrating one of the banjos that I built. So, did Zorg get his way over?
Yep, you should be able to.
Can I get over? Oh, there it is. All right, so what am I trying to solve in being a banjo company? Well, the main issue right now is banjos have been kind of flooding in from other countries that are very cheaply made. You don't want to play them, they don't sound very good. And so my goal is to produce banjos that you can play and enjoy, and they sound good, and they're heirloom quality that you can pass down for generations. And so that's how we're going to do it. We're going to create it that way. Make higher quality instruments for the demand that's out there. Now our strategy is going to be using locally sourced materials. I have my own sawmill, and I plan on cutting a lot of my wood products, but all the metal products, I found local sources for that as well. I have unique resonator design as well as a unique neck attachment system. And of course, you gotta have elegant designs and direct customer service, or else you can't make it. I have 5 basic models that I'm planning on doing. As I've been in this market before, custom banjos take a lot of your time, and so I'm trying to eliminate that. And I'm going with standard models to try to make things a little bit more efficient. Now, some of my target markets, it's a wide ranging of individuals. So all ages, all, types. But there's some basic concepts. Customers interested in traditional culture and history. Modern musicians seeking to add uniqueness of the banjo to their music. Think country stars that add banjo. Okay. Then of course you got the bluegrass and the old time musicians. That's pretty standard. Now we do have some competition. There are a lot of banjo manufacturers out there. One of the benefits that I have over them is I have a unique neck attachment system that makes the neck adjustable. So if you need a different type of action, mine is much easier to adjust than what all of these will do, with the exception of Romero banjos, but he's way higher than everyone else. So we feel like we have a strong niche in definitely Missouri's market, but in the past I've sold all over the country. So my sales channels will be through snowbirdbanjo.com, and I will also offer wholesale distribution. So all my budgeting has a 40% markup designed in it for wholesale sales as well. And we'll also do in-person sales. Some of the marketing activities that I plan on doing is subscriptions, newsletters, and of course I'll be using social media for advertising. Most of the time it'll just be the free posts, but occasionally, like our previous speaker, find the ones that score really well and then boost those. And then we'll also advertise on like forums, banjo hangout, so on. Now, I am going to need some startup funding, so I will be seeking that because I shut down my old shop. The new shop needs to be built, and so here's some of the numbers that I have. About $50,000 for the building is the biggest cost, and that's with me building the entire thing. But I have some shop items that I need to restore because I ended up selling a few of them because I planned on upgrading them. And so here's an example of a few of my necks as well. Is that the end? Oh, okay. Okay, here's my revenue.
Just let me interrupt for a second, Jeremy. We'll give you a little grace since there was a little bit of a technical difficulty. So if you got another 3 or 4 seconds here.
So I have break-even numbers right here. First year, 8 banjos, second year, 27 banjos, and third year, 33. Of course, that goes up with the cost of goods. So I have that all figured in. By year 3, I'm well in my profit zone. And I think that was it. I have my partners and resources also available here. Of course, OzSBI will be there and SBDC, and these are some of my resources for my parts and such. Meyers Music Center is a future endeavor that I plan on doing for distributing these banjos. So thank you very much.
Jeremy, did you say you're going to build the new building yourself?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, how long do you think that's gonna take you?
I assume it will take a summer.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then how long does it take you to make a banjo?
About 40 hours for the lower level banjo, and then for the upper level, it takes about 60 hours.
Okay, is this gonna be your sole
Yeah,
income and
yes, it will.
vocation?
Yeah.
Okay,
And those numbers for the individual banjos, that's one-on-one, but I'll be building them in large batches
Okay.
as well.
so
They'll be-
you could crank out 4
Yeah.
a month.
I just basically estimated the amount of time per instrument, but it will be done in 20 instrument batches.
Thank you.
When you mentioned in your marketing subscriptions and newsletter, what types of subscriptions are you looking at?
So I have MailChimp going through my website, and so I'll be doing newsletters through that. Subscriptions will be for like my educational, I will have a online lesson course, so I can teach you to play the banjo, so there'll be subscriptions there. And you'll have regular emails about new courses available.
What is your cost for I know you have 5 models, but what's your all-in cost on a banjo?
So if you take the average, like if I go with the lower end model, a single banjo would cost me $1,200 to make, and I can sell it for, I have it set at $2,300. So
Approximately 1,100 net.
there's about a 40% markup, or a little more than a 40% markup on that.
And that would take you about 40 hours.
Any other questions?
What's your future plans for increasing your productions?
So
It takes you 40 hours to do a batch. Are you planning on cutting that down so that you can produce as much and still maintain that same?
So that 40 hours per instrument, that's all the different stages all together. So the whole entire batch, though, doesn't take the full 40 hours because you can make a whole bunch of necks, a whole bunch of rims, a whole bunch of other things, and then on a weekly basis, you're just putting parts together at that point. So. Yeah.
Audience, do you have any questions for Jeremy? Yes,
Yes.
Jacob.
I had a quick one. So once you get your banjo lines up and going, are you thinking about expanding into other instruments like dulcimers or mandolins or?
I've already purchased the domain name StonebirdInstrumentCompany.com. So, yes. Yeah. Yes.
You're out in the AVA area, correct?
Ava.
And you
Yes.
mentioned online resources to do
Yeah, so-
banjo training.
Yes,
Do you
we'll
have
have.
that in person as well?
Yes. And in fact, the design of the building included an area for teaching.
Okay.
And it also has an area for like doing videos for the online courses, so I can teach the lessons in a staged location. Any other question? Yeah.
So where does the name Snowbird come from?
That's a long story. I started out with Ozark Songbird, and then had a temporary move to Alaska. And when I was up there, I thought, well, I'm not in the Ozarks anymore, so that doesn't work. And so somebody said, well, why don't you just change it to like Snowbird because you're up in Alaska. Well, then I did that, and then after I did that, I thought, well, that was a dumb idea, because now it sounds like I'm going to be up here at one moment and down here at a different moment. So I tried to get away from that, and that's why I designed the Snowbird Owl, which is going to be my trademark. So I took the name Snowbird and used it based on the owl instead.
All right.
All right.
Thank you, Jeremy.
Thank you.
I might get Jeremy to play you a song during break, or at the mixer. Next we have coming up Viv, and one thing I want to mention to Viv, she just graduated from Willow Springs High School last Friday, is that correct? And she also graduated with an AA from MSU West Plains. So an impressive young lady, and she's 18 or 19? 19, okay, so.
No, 18.
18. So, really looking forward to Viv's pitch, so we'll give the judges a chance and come on in.
Right, hello everyone and good afternoon. My name is Viv Iacovlev and I have been developing games for about 4 years now. I am about to graduate with my associate's degree in computer graphics and programming, with an emphasis in game design. I am currently the sole developer of my independent game studio, Viv Pixel Studios, and I hope to one day make a career out of my passion for game design. I've been working on my first project, so allow me to present my very first game, Flightless Fighters. As the title suggests, Flightless Fighters is a fighting game about penguins. It is created with the chiptune music and a pixel art style to emulate retro fighters and pay homage to them. But the core of the game is its cast of 18 memorable characters, each corresponding to a real-life species of penguin. Now, I'll be the first to tell you that the concept is ridiculous, but I think the realistic mechanics offer a unique charm to the game and a fun take on the 2D fighter genre. It is actually being demonstrated now in the lobby by the door, so if you have some time, go check it out. Now, of course, games take a lot of effort to develop, and there are a lot of key partners that are playing a role here. First of all, I'm using the Godot game engine and the pixel art program to create and program the game. I am using YouTube and Blue Sky as social media marketing, and my core distribution platforms are going to be itch.io, GameJolt, and Steam, which is what I'm using to distribute and sell my game. I've also been doing some market analysis in the form of customer discovery interviews and analyzing other games' demographics, and my target demographic is going to be young adult and teen males who are casual gamers, play games to socialize with others, and they buy games online with a small budget of $25 or less. They also have to be able to withstand my ridiculous sense of humor. Now, game development is a creative field, and people have different tastes, so I don't like to think about my competitors so much as what I'm doing better, rather what I'm doing different. This is where Flightless Fighters' unique appeal comes in. My indirect competitors are going to be non-independently developed games, and my game is going to be much more affordable. These games can go for upwards of $50, and games with a large cast often have less unique characters. My direct competitors are going to be other indie games, and this is much more where the unique appeal comes in. I believe that Flightless Fighters has a very humorous concept, and it has a large cast of unique characters. I've also been doing marketing, both online and in person. My online marketing consists of doing updates on Blue Sky and video logs on YouTube documenting the development of Flightless Fighters. I've also been doing in-person marketing, consisting of live showcases of my game at different events and conventions. One of these conventions was actually OzCon, and I had the opportunity to have a tournament of my game run there. So I'd like to quickly thank Nicholas Lawson and the other wonderful people who helped put that together. It means a whole lot. I also recently finished an interview with a Daily Quill freelancer who was interested in writing an article about me and my game. So thank you to Sam McPherson, and keep an eye out for that article. Now, there's a lot of finance costs associated with developing my game, even though my software is free. First of all, I need to be able to pay my voice actor for the announcer in the game. There's also a $100 fee associated with putting out a game on Steam, but that is recoupable after $1,000 in gross sales. And there's also a 30% cut taken by distribution platforms from my revenue. I'll be charging $9.99 per copy of Flightless Fighters, and including the cost of paying myself, I will break even after selling 2,100 copies. Now, when you first release a game, there's usually a huge spike of sales at the beginning, and that slowly, gradually dwindles over time. And there are several ways that I plan to keep sales going throughout that tail period, including sales and themed sales like Steam Next Fest. I also plan to continue advertising Flightless Fighters and potentially putting my game in bundles to be sold alongside other games. Now, an investment in Viv Pixel Studios would allow me to make my games better, pay for more voice actors, upgrade my software and equipment, and continue to expand on ideas I have for future games. Now, I'm sure you can probably tell I'm very passionate about game design, and because I've been doing Flightless Fighters as both my capstone project for college and my senior project for high school, I've been basically making it as homework for a year. But let me tell you, it has never felt like work. This has been one of the most fulfilling undertakings of my life, and I know that this is what I want for my future career. I would like to thank you all so much for being here to support me and my fellow presenters. And if you are interested in Flightless Fighters or my future work, you can get in touch with me at my business email, or you can scan this QR code for links to my social media and distribution platforms. Thank you all again for your time.
So for that $9.99 price point,
Yes.
is this a game that they are downloading and it's being hosted on their machine, or is this something where they are streaming and they have access to it for the $9.99?
No, this is something that they'll download and be able to keep.
Trademarking and all that, have you gone through any of that stuff yet, so that not somebody doesn't walk off with this?
No, not yet, but that's something I'm planning on doing. I have, went ahead and registered my sole proprietorship, and that's definitely a next step that I'm looking into.
You mentioned your social media marketing.
Yes.
Tell me again where you were marketing on social media, YouTube?
Yes, I'm doing marketing on YouTube and a platform called Blue Sky. It's similar to Twitter. It has a large video game development community.
Okay.
So I figured that would be a good place to advertise it.
Okay.
Why are you leaning towards the male demographic, 13 to 25, why that?
So that estimate comes from a like an analysis of other fighting games in the same genre. It's generally a topic that's geared more towards male players, but I mean, I have done interviews with female customers who said they would be interested, so that's just a more specific estimate of who my target demographic might be.
After your 2,100 sales break-even point, what are your costs after that?
After that, it's mostly just going to go into making games, like more games in the future. After that break-even point, that's also including the cost of paying myself, paying my voice actors, that $100 Steam fee, but of course that would probably be recuperated by then.
Will this game continue to bring in revenue with limited to no expenses after that 2,100 sales?
Most likely, the most expenses for that afterwards is probably going to come from advertising, which on social media is free. But if I decide to do ad campaigns, in the future, that's some expense that might go into that.
Audience, do you have any questions for Viv?
Yes,
Would you consider signing up with an indie publisher?
I have been considering it, yes. I was actually given a couple of potential options for that. But currently I'm publishing on my own to just try to get the feel of it. But yeah, that's definitely something I've been considering. Any further questions?
How many of you want to try the game during break? Okay. All right, thank you. So one more question?
Yes, so, it's currently on, which platforms right now?
That's a fantastic question. The demo version of my game is currently up on itch.io, and I'm actually in the process of getting my Steam page set up, so you will be able to wishlist it, hopefully by the end of the month.
Okay.
We'll give the judges a few minutes, and don't forget, you've got your QR code where you will be voting at the end of the next pitch. And the next individual that will be coming up is Magic. Magic hails from Alta, so she's in Oregon County. And she'll be sharing her business concept. Magic also participated in Launch U. So we're gonna give them just a second. I see them still scribbling down, so. And then I want to remind you all during break to take advantage of the vendors. I saw eggs, dog treats, plants, jams, lots of good stuff out there. So be sure to visit their tables and let them know that we appreciate them being here. So. Okay. I'm good at filling time. We're gonna do a drawing. Always gonna do a drawing. So, all right, remember, you've got a little blue ticket, Jason, so, okay. The number is 114191.
Oh my gosh, and you called me. I was a plant. All right, I'll be honest.
To Truck Patch. $50 to Truck Patch. So, if you're interested in honey, Jason has a honey company, so you can visit with him, Emerald Honey.
Yeah.
I'm just gonna keep the fun rolling,
That's why.
okay?
Wink, wink, that's all.
So, we'll do one more, how's that? All right, 114133. 114133. Oh, it could be one of them. It could be somebody out there. Well, let's do another one. And then the next one is a $20 gift card to Conjure Coffee. So Conjure provided coffee out front, their new coffee shop opening up on this, right up on East Main Plaza, that's what it's called, East Main Plaza. 114151. All right.
Your coffee.
Coffee All right. Ricky, you grab Madison. All right, so we're gonna do all of our door prizes
Is it just more
now.
giveaways?
So, Todd? So we have another plant from West Plains Greenhouse.
114136.
Okay, 114136. 114136. Todd, you got us a dud. All right. 114172. 172.
You might need to pick someone other than
I know it. All right, I guess 129, I'll just read the last three. 129, all right, Basil, come on up. You got it, well, I'll give you the plant later, Basil, or Guy. The Guy is starting a global axe throwing business with his wife, so it's a business that we've been working with. So if you're interested in axe throwing, Guy, give away, somebody can visit with you later about that. I think we're ready, and just so you know, you do have the chance yet to win a $100 gift card from Community First Bank, so don't throw away your little blue slips. So, are you ready, Magic? Thanks for being patient with us.
Yeah.
All right.
All right. Hey everyone, my name is Magic Keller and I am here to talk to you about Ozark School of Botanical Medicine, where we teach herbalism skills based on the landscape of the Ozarks. So a little more about me. I have 10 years of experience in practice in traditional Western herbalism and a heavy professional background in education. And it is my mission in life to share herbal medicine skills with the people around me. A fun fact about this presentation, all of the plants featured on these slides grow in the Ozarks and are medicinal, even the cactus. I have been doing this work for 5 years. I took LaunchU this spring to formalize my business idea. Here's a past class that I've taught and feedback from a past student. So here in the Ozarks, people are looking for natural healthcare solutions, and they're also looking for wilderness skills education. But there aren't a lot of places, especially locally, where you can get hands-on demonstrative education on those topics. That's where Ozark School of Botanical Medicine comes in. We want to offer hands-on comprehensive classes on local medicinal plants that give our students the skills they need to identify, grow, prepare, and use herbal remedies confidently in their home healthcare. We offer herbal guidebooks, standalone workshops and plant walks, class series, private mentorship, and plant walks for tourists and landowners. For our target markets, I just want to say that in the last 5 years of doing this work, I have seen, just anecdotally, a huge cultural shift. People are more excited about herbalism and foraging than they, it seems like to me, have ever been. But you don't have to take my word for it. I was doing the market research for LaunchU and I came across this study that was saying in 1990, about 2.5% of adults were using herbs and supplements in their daily health routine. Compare that to 2021, where over 40% of adults responded that they use herbs and supplements. So that's a lot more people interested in this field nowadays. For our purposes here, we want to focus on homesteaders who plant, who do planty things, eco-conscious urbanites, and college-age plant lovers, particularly MSU West Plains students. Our marketing activities are really going to be focusing on local engagement. If you have a farm or a business that you want an herbalism class taught at, let me know. But yeah, really just digging into local community in lots of different ways, and then online email marketing and online podcasts. Our sales channels are really going to leverage those local vendor partnerships as well as our own website. We are offering both in-person and online live virtual classes, and our herbal guidebooks, I have a sample right here, help broaden our reach. Our competitive landscape is outlined here, and our main edge is that we are local to this area, we're convenient for people who are here, and we are able to demonstrate in a hands-on way the skills involved. There are a lot of technicalities when it comes to practicing herbalism, so we give people the full experience. Probably our closest competitor in this field is Golden Light Center. That is Sasha Dawkins. She's an herbalist over in Doniphan, Missouri, who's been doing this work a very long time. However, she took me on as her intern earlier this year, and so I imagine that our business relationship will continue to be more collaborative rather than competitive. Here's some detail on my revenue model for this business. I have enough data to know from 5 years of teaching that teaching herbalism is very seasonal. There are certain types of classes that I can only teach at certain times of the year. And also I have some ideas of reasonable attendance numbers. So I was able to pull from all of that when revenue modeling for this business. Zoom out and we get the financial projections for the first 3 years of this business. Let's take more of a look at expenses and costs. So my startup costs are $2,300, and my total expenses for the first year are $14,000, and $1,000, the grand prize for this pitch competition, is 43% of my startup costs, so this would go a really long way in helping me get started. I do have a vision to expand this business for the community. In the near term, I want to offer 100 to 300 hour certification programs. That's what Alton will look like once we have certification herbalism programs. And in the longer term, I want to have a brick and mortar building, a student-run herbal clinic, and demonstration gardens. My partners and resources in the community include my mentor, Sasha Dawkins, that's a picture of us, as well as all of these other businesses that I have in some way contributed herbal education to and will continue to do so. I actually just got an article published in the Ozark Librarian. And I want to cap this off with a snapshot of 3 test classes that I have taught in this area since I moved back in 2023. I got a great response, actually a 20% repeat student rate, and I think this just speaks volumes about the fact that the Ozarks are ready for an herbal school. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Is there an ebook version of your guide for people online, or is there any chance to?
To have ebooks, yes, definitely. All over the PDF format for sure. Thanks. Yeah.
In terms of marketing, we've heard Karen talk about her experience and success with podcasts as an educational tool and then also a marketing tool. Is that something you would consider integrating into your approach?
I think right now I'm not ready to create my own podcast, but I do love getting interviews. It's something that I've done in the past. So I feel most interested in doing that. But I do think the podcast model is great. I have seen a lot of returns just from being interviewed in the past. Yeah. Any more questions?
Is this a solo venture for you right now, just you?
Yes, just. And I know this seems like it's a lot for one person to do.
Who are you talking to?
That's true. All right.
I know I have your slides, but they went by fairly quickly. So your 14,000 in startup costs, what was included in that? Yeah, you can go back.
So yeah, a lot of it really is kind of like
the last three things are just sort of like admin. And I included credit card processing because that's important to remember. But yeah, also that line item, the second one is materials cost for teaching herbal medicine making. So there's a decent amount of materials that go into that.
Okay.
Yeah, so things like beeswax and stuff like that.
Do you do any online classes or is it all in person?
It's both, it's live online and then in person, yes.
How is your the cost of the classes factored in for the online live?
Well, so there are fewer costs associated with online, and so like in the business model, the costs for in-person classes of the same length, what I'm trying to do is have both of them cost the same amount of money, but the obviously the online, because it's cheaper to produce, will sort of absorb some of the production costs of the in-person. Yeah.
Yes. I just want to congratulate you on your mentors because what you're doing is exactly what Sasha and Jamie sort of like what the logical next step is of what they've built. So seeing this like, and I'm sitting, I was like, Golden Light Center, there's no way you're Sasha's competition. She loves this stuff. She loves seeing young people like take it to the next level and then seeing the picture of you with Jackson up there. It's like who we all know her products. So that's just awesome.
Thank you. Yeah, I'm really lucky to be following in their footsteps and have them to look up to here. Thank you.
Any other questions?
Yes.
How do you get one of your little pamphlet booklets?
Well, you can get on my mailing list. Yeah, and I had my contact information up here before, but I also have cards. They're not, in production yet, but they are coming soon.
I imagine you have a vendor table, correct? So
I
they
do.
can come get it at the table.
How does it work with you partnering with the university? Like, what kind of fees would you charge to say, come into my classroom and teach a class, or even partner with me on making available the open space at the university's farm?
I would love to talk to you more about that. Yeah, let's chat.
All right, thank you. All right, so it should be live and open for people's choice. So if anybody has trouble using the QR code, just let us know and we'll we'll help you with that, the OzSBI team. And then I just wanted to remind you, we're gonna take a break and we'll be back here at 4:15. And you've heard from aspiring entrepreneurs, and now you get to hear from seasoned entrepreneurs. We have Becky Bradley with Mini Mosaic, Sandy Jones of Jones Hill Farm, Emily with WPH Ranch, and then who else do we have? I gotta look at my notes. And Miriam, of course, Miriam with Rustic Homestead. So really looking forward to hearing their stories and their journey, and you will also have the opportunity to ask a lot of questions. So be sure to enjoy your break, and we'll see you back here at 4:15, that will start. But one thing I want to let you know, we're going to go 4:15 is going to be the roundtable. Then we're going to hear from Patty on some resources for rural entrepreneurs and for small farmers. And then we're going to announce the pitch. So you're going to have to stay a while to hear the pitch, but I'm sure you don't want to miss it. We have some great speakers coming up. So enjoy your break.
Yeah.
Well, these two are gonna take each other down in the last one.
Have my highlights on
All right, well, thank you all for returning, and thank you again for coming to our 10th annual Epic. Every year, I think this is the best ever, we're not gonna top it, but now I think it just gets better every year, so I hope to see you all back next year. This is the Ozark Farm to Fork Roundtable, and before we start, just a little bit of housekeeping. These 4 hanging microphones in the ceilings are for our live streaming audience. We do have people watching this live remotely, and that means they can hear you if you're talking. So please try not to talk during the discussion, although we will try to have time for questions afterward. So I'm going to briefly introduce these 4 amazing entrepreneurs, and then they're each going to have some time to tell you more about themselves, their businesses, their passions, what's working, what's not working. I'll ask a few additional questions after that, and then we'd like to have time for questions from the audience. So joining us today, we have Sandy Jones from Jones Hill Ranch. We have, in order, Emily Rivas from WPH Ranch, Becky Bradley from Mini Mosaic Acre, and Mary Montalvo from Rustic Waters Homestead. And we'll start with Sandy.
Right, hi. So together with my husband Eric, I farm in Drury, which is about an hour west of here. And we breed and raise pigs and chickens on pasture. We rotate them through the woods, so we have 1 acre pastures that are connected, and we move them from one to the next. And our main business is selling halves and wholes of pork to the end customer, so to families or to whoever wants to stock their freezers. So people order a half or a whole ahead of butcher time. They choose how they want their cuts, and we bring the animals to the butcher for them, and they pick up their animal, so their meat. And so the inspiration behind Jones Hill Ranch was actually, well, let me start this way. In 2019, I moved from Germany, from Munich to Wisconsin, to my husband's farm. It was a 160-acre tree farm, and so Munich has 5 million people, and Wisconsin was very small and rural, which was wonderful. And I moved as a vegetarian. So, and the reason why I was a vegetarian is that it was very hard for me to find farms, local farms, close to Munich, where I could actually have access to meat and know how the animal was raised, what went into raising the animal, how it was fed, and all that. So, as a young child, I was exposed to factory farming, and just that made me very quickly a vegetarian, just the way the animals were raised. And later on, as I grew older, I learned how much chemicals and medications the animals were exposed to. So moving to the farm, I saw so much potential, and we started with, of course, with what did we start?
Chickens. The gateway drug.
So, and that was wonderful, and we had meat birds after that, and we started with pigs, and I really enjoyed very much to know what was, how our animals were raised, and to know what we were eating. And with the pigs, it actually turns out that a lot of people have shown interest in it, in the pork. Our neighbors, our friends, our family, they all started to want shares, and so we bought breeding stock and started breeding and raising pigs alongside the chickens. And then 2 years ago, we moved from Wisconsin to Missouri to get away from the cold winters, which we didn't realize that you also have cold winters, and they're very icy, and there's a lot of frozen water. But anyway, here we are with a new customer base, meaning no customers, and a lot of fencing to do. So it was very hard for the last 2 years, and thankfully we got a lot of support also from OzSBI. and you in particular. And so we have been growing our customer base. We have been also doing a lot of fencing, so it was, a lot of work. It was very, very hard. As you know, whoever farms, farming is very hard in general. And our focus is to build a sustainable business. So really, whenever we implement something or we want to make a change, we always think about what would we do in a few, will we still want to do this task in 5 years? Or what happens if one of us gets injured or sick? Or if we ever want to leave the farm to visit family or something like that. So we try to focus on that when we make decisions concerning the farm, and we want to be able to, pay the feed and pay ourselves and make this business sustainable, because only then we can continue to keep going. And I think for that, what's really important is to have a focus. And I know our topic today is diversification, but it doesn't really have to contradict itself. Focus, I think, is very important. So basically what your mission is and what you're trying to accomplish. You see a lot of farms that come into being, and then after 2 to 5 years, most of the farms shut down. So that's such a terrible statistic, and it still scares me because I still feel like it can affect me. So we're really trying to focus our energy on our main goals, because farming is so easy. It's so easy to start so many different things. And Karen, you talked about that, and I'm sure you know the feeling. And I'm also I have a lot of energy, and I want to do quail, and I could do, cows, and I think I'm trying to rein myself back in regularly to get back on track. And I think it's very important to square yourself away where you have other people that could come at any moment and follow a sheet and know what to do, what the chores are, or set up your waters so that you don't have to carry buckets to the pastures, but you have a lot of hoses, and you turn on the water and you have a timer and then you switch the water. So meaning, when I say automate, doesn't necessarily mean to buy a lot of equipment that is too expensive to buy, but really to think about processes to kind of streamline your day-to-day work. And well, as I said, farming is so hard. It would be much easier to go to the office and just make money there. So I think it's really important to know your why. And for me personally, it is that I believe animals should be raised humanely. I think we have a responsibility to take care of the animals that we own, and whose meat we use. And so that's just something that keeps me going. I want to give people in the community a choice, so that they can choose meat that's of the highest quality, because the animals have lived outside like they're supposed to, and have foraged and just have access to totally different nutrients than just being cooped up in a stall. So that's my mission, and that keeps me going through all the dark hours and maybe not enough sleep. And I think it's really something that's maybe important. It is very important and different for everybody else. Maybe somebody wants to just show their children how to build a life, how to grow your own food, or you want to work outside, or you just don't want to work for an employer. So whatever it is that motivates you to farm, I think it's really important to have a very strong why and to know what it is. And so the challenge to me is, I always have to ask myself, am I still on the right path? So if I would do this or if I would do that, is that actually something that's in alignment with my motivation and what I want to achieve or not? So like I said, there's so many things to do. And I just recently saw a soap maker at a fair, and she's selling these soaps so cheap. So we diversified. We make lard soap, and we make dog treats. We sell eggs now, but she sells the soaps for 75 cents or 1.50. And I talked to her, and I said, "How can you make money like that?" And her table was not like the regular soap maker, where there's just 2 or 3 people, but like she was swamped. She was selling so many soaps, and she said, "Well, I'm buying everything in bulk. I'm buying it by the pallet. I'm buying palm oil from overseas. I'm buying soybean oil, and I'm just making them extremely cheap. And I thought, and I'm living off it, so it's a viable business. And I thought, wow, that's great, but it's just not what I'm here for. It's not, this is not my mission. My mission is to use the whole animal, or what the land gives me. So that includes the fat of the pig, and that includes the liver, but it doesn't include, palm oil. And another example that I just recently saw, people that sell freeze-dried candy, and we have some here. It's a great business idea. Freeze-dried candy is great. I see it all over the country. You read about it, and out of all the things that people could freeze-dry or buy freeze-dried, they choose candy. I mean, seriously, you have the most money with it, and it's a great business idea, and it's good. It's just not me. So I'm trying to eat no sugar. I'm trying to create, the healthiest pork possible, and the most natural way. So it's just not going to be my business idea, even if it would, give me extra money. So, like I said, this is my challenge. My challenge is to try to keep on track and follow what really my bigger aim is. And we'll talk a little bit more about diversification in a moment, I think. So, passing the mic on.
Thank you. That was great. So my name's Emily Revis. I, along with my husband Garen, who couldn't be here today, and my grandparents, Monty and Georgia Williamson, we run WPH Ranch, which is a polled Hereford farm between Mountain View and Willow Springs, Missouri. So just about 30 minutes north of here. We focus almost primarily on cattle. We've got a couple different other things that I'll talk about as well. But while I'm up here being the mouthpiece, this is definitely just a family farm. It's the four of us basically. I'm the fifth generation. You'll be like, okay, well, where's the generation between you and them? They're a little busy right now. If you know my mom, you'd understand why. She's our state representative for this area. So she's got her hands full right at the moment, but they still have cattle too. So WPH Ranch, the WPH stands for Williamson Polled Herefords and Williamson First Class Hospitality. And when you look at the Hereford piece, the cattle piece specifically, I'm going to take you back 4 generations here to my great-great-grandpa Elmer Belts. He was instrumental in bringing both Hereford cattle and fescue grass to this area specifically. So fast forward a few years, and my grandpa Monty in 1962 purchased his first Hereford heifer from my great-great-grandpa Elmer. And then 5 years later, followed it up by marrying Elmer's granddaughter. So that's kind of how WPH Ranch itself was born. And while we've always had Hereford genetics in our herd, the involvement in the registered side of the cattle industry has come and gone. So back in 2018, I had just graduated from Mizzou with an agribusiness management degree, and one of my final projects I had to do was to sell my professor Hereford bull. And so I was getting really interested in that, so I graduated and decided that I wanted to get back into the registered side of things. And so my grandpa and I teamed up, went in and bought a donor cow. We had, we expanded our herd through embryo transfer, and in 2020, early 2020, we had our first big calf crop of registered calves hitting the ground out of that first donor cow that we bought. And the other big thing that happened in 2020, don't know if you all know this, there was a big global pandemic. And so at that time, I actually moved back home. I was living in Jefferson City at the time. I moved home and got married. And throughout the pandemic, we had a big need in our community for meat. We had all of the meat off the shelves was gone in the grocery stores. You could not get a processing date for months on end. And so we were like, okay, well, we've got calves standing up here in the field. We could just fatten those out and be able to sell our community beef. And we tried very intentionally not to have to cater to just the people that had great big deep freezers, because that was another thing you couldn't get during the pandemic, was a big deep freezer. So we specifically set out to sell to anybody. Meet our customer where they're at, whether they just have a little freezer above their fridge and can take on 2 pounds of ground beef at a time, or whether they have a big deep freezer and can take on an entire calf. A lot of people really underestimate how much meat it is when you're buying an entire steer. Guess what? I processed one for myself last fall and I just about didn't have enough room for it and I thought I did. So it's really being able to sell it piece by piece directly to the consumer has been really big for our community, I think. We have a lot of people who can't do the investment to buy one big steer. They don't have the room for it, they don't have the money for it, but they want local beef. They don't want to have to go to the grocery store and purchase something that they have no idea where it came from, or if they do, they probably wish they didn't. And so being able to cater to those people, provide our community with a really high quality beef product that fits their budget is really our ultimate goal. So as we have gone through the last 4.5 years now, is what we've been in business, and it has been, I would say, a roller coaster in so many ways. The first one I would say is just looking at the processing plants we use. So that's one thing that makes the barrier to it's a barrier to entry to do this legally. We've got a whole bunch of farmers around here that will go process an animal and then sell it out of their freezer that's not inspected, and they can do that if they stay under the radar. But they're competing with us and they can sell at a lower price than we do. We have to do ours, obviously, either Missouri State inspected or USDA inspected. And so being able to do that, we had limited choices for our processing plants. So we started out with 2 because, again, trying to find processing dates, it was a challenge. So we were trying to book out processing dates for like a year in advance. And so we had 2 different processing plants. At the time, they were both Missouri State inspected. We had an issue with one of them, so we quit using them. We went to this exclusively one. Then they became USDA inspected. So now we had to jump through all the hoops, another $600 out the door to become USDA inspected and get all of our labeling and everything passed by the USDA. We were with them for another year or so and then had some issues. We weren't getting the quality of meat back that we knew that we should be, and so we had to pivot again. I love that video, by the way. I was one of the ones laughing before it even played. So we made another pivot, and we went back to state inspection. Thankfully, that wasn't another cost because we were already state inspected too. But went to a state inspected facility, and every time we make these changes, we're trying to do it because, number one, we want to keep the costs down for our customers as much as we can, because while we have to make money, we're not out here to price gouge and absolutely kill people, because that's just not where our heart is in this. But we also are really, really particular about the quality of what we're giving our customers. So every time we switch, we were trying to make sure that what we were putting in our customers' hands was as high quality as possible. So we made all of those switches with the processing plant. Another thing that we've made switches on, I mentioned earlier, meeting our customers where they're at. So that includes our ordering system. When we started, our ordering system was 417-247-0782. You called my grandpa and he wrote down your order on a little piece of paper and sent it to me, and I designed the invoice for you, and we sent it out the door. And so then we were like, okay, well, we need to build something that's a little easier to keep track of before this is all said and done. So we built our own ordering platform and used that for about a year. And then we went on to another more sophisticated, much pricier platform that we were paying for, and used that for about a year and a half. And again, we were having some issues. Customers were having issues and not being able to place orders quickly, or they got all the way to the checkout point and they couldn't get it to work. And so pivot again, Ross Keller's up there yelling, pivot. And so we pivot back to something that is our homegrown system, because regardless of whether our customers range widely from 20 years old to 80 years old, And the 80-year-olds want to pick up the phone and call somebody, and the 20-year-olds want to be able to text or put in the order online or not have to actually talk to anybody. And I mean, I somewhat fall into that bucket too, not because I don't want to talk to you, but because I don't have time to. I'm running constantly, but you know what? At 9:30 at night when I'm laying in bed, I can get on my phone and I can place an order somewhere, and I can support a local business that way. And so meeting our customers wherever they're at, whether that be ordering system, or going to an actual farmer's market, or delivering it to their door, or placing pickup orders, whatever it is, we've just tried so hard to make ourselves accessible no matter what. And back to the point of like, hey, sometimes you gotta focus. Being able to narrow that down and limit pickup days to this day every month, or this day we're gonna do a farmer's market, but we're not gonna be there every Saturday because there's 4 of us, and it is draining trying to keep up with all of it. So it's just an emotional roller coaster, like, and every year, you know what, my basic advice to anybody trying to start a business is to keep your books in order, get your books in order before you ever start, because at tax, in March of every year, when I'm filling out taxes, I'm ready to quit. Trying to figure out all the things I did and all the notes that I wrote myself, okay, what did this mean? From 9 months ago. But the most surprising thing about this journey is just the advertising piece of it. I would say that there is no amount of money that is too much spent on advertising. And the best one is Facebook. It's free. But you know what? The 80-year-olds aren't on Facebook a lot of times. So finding the other advertising dollars, there are people who have known my grandparents for decades, and they still to this day will be like, we had no idea you sold beef. And I'm like, how? And so just being able to advertise in every way possible, whether it be Facebook or all sorts of social media, we try to do that as much as possible. But you know what? We go to the 4th of July parades and we walk sweating our little tails off down the street and hand out business cards to people, because that's a whole group of people that probably wouldn't see us anywhere else. And so just as many different ways as you can get in front of people, those are going to convert to your long-term repeat customers, and you just got to meet them where they're at. Wherever you can get in front of them, that's where you want to get in front of them at. So plans for the future of this, I have absolutely no clue. I'd love to build it out more, but with 4 of us, I don't know. I don't know what God's going to tell us to do. I know that if He tells us to keep going and expand, we're going to do it. And if He tells us, hey, if you are entering a different season in your life, you need to back off, I think we'll do that too. But it worked because there are a whole group of people that really depend on us, and we want to do our best to continue to meet those needs, however that looks like for us. But ultimately, we're 5 generations into this thing, and I don't want to be the reason that it stops at 5 generations. So whatever it takes to keep this going, I think we're going to do it, and we're going to just keep doing our best to meet the needs of our community, meet the needs of our customers, and just be there when people need us. So with that, Becky.
Hi, I am from West Plains area, and we are the first raw milk listed dairy in the state of Missouri. And I am a first-time farmer, so I don't have all of this experience behind me. However, when I was 16, I wanted a dairy cow rather than a car. So I've been passionate about dairy cows for a very long time. So whenever my husband and I were high school sweethearts and we got married, my first year anniversary, he built me a little cute milk barn, and I got my dairy cow, and it brought me joy. It was it fed my family nutritious food. And then as time went on and we added 14 children to our family over the years, I had to feed them healthy food. And that was hard because it cost a lot of money, and I stayed home and my husband provided for us. And so I fed them all kinds of delicious things from this raw milk that we had. And I didn't know that raw milk was taboo because I was too busy milking my cow, smiling and going through the field and feeding my children that I didn't know that it might kill them or something. So anyhow, as time went on And I watched these kids grow and never have a broken bone, and while they're hanging from trees and jumping out of things and doing lots of things that they should have had broken bones from. And they grew up and then left the home, and I just watched them thrive and be so healthy. I just really became passionate about raw milk. And so I started educating myself with raw milk because people would ask me questions all along this journey, 25 years of selling raw milk from my home. I would be asked so many questions about the safety of it. And at first I had no answers because I didn't even know what they were talking about. So then I had to educate myself to that. And as the journey of educating myself, because I didn't want to sell something that was going to be dangerous to the public, because I loved all of my neighbors and my community, and I loved chatting with them, and I wanted to make sure that whatever we were selling them was making them healthier and enriching their lives, not causing health problems. As we were on that journey, I really I realized that there was a enormous demand for raw milk. It was more than what we could meet. So, we had a few cows, we would sell it from our farm, and there was always more customers that needed milk. Well, for us, it was very important to, like you were talking about, the animals, knowing where they're coming from, the life that they're living. We have like 2 major rules in our house. We got lots of rules. So we got 2 major rules. One is don't you dare lie to me. And 2 is don't you dare mistreat an animal or somebody that is like those are the 2 big rules. So it's important to me that the animals on our farm are cared for well. The dairy animals are eating the best quality food. They're on the grass. That they're just taken care of well. And so anyhow, we're found ourselves in a situation where we were just constantly sold out, and there was more of a demand and more of a demand. And so then, in all of our ambition to get milk out, we realized we were breaking the law. And so I don't want to go to jail. I still have 6 kids at home, and I really like my vet. So I needed to find out how on earth I could sell this milk and get it out to customers, and have the best quality of milk and have healthy milk, and then also be educated enough to what I'm needing to be aware of as I'm producing this milk. Because we're not pasteurizing milk, because the demand for our product was raw milk. So whenever you're thinking about what it is that you're doing, one, you have to be passionate about it. So I tell my teenagers, listen, if you're not passionate about farming, then please go work at Sonic and McDonald's, or go work for the neighbor, or go, if you're not passionate about it, go find what you're passionate about, because you have to be passionate about what you're doing. So I tell them that. And then secondly, you have to be passionate enough to educate yourself, and you have to be passionate enough to stay awake, late at night, thinking through the problem solving that you have, or packaging your products, or finding out ways to make things legal that are illegal. So whenever, when I tell my kids that, and as we're thinking through, how do we make this venture profitable for our family, we had to know what our community needed from us. We love our community. We've thought about moving, but we can't move because our community is our family, and we're here for them and they're here for us. And so thinking about what they need, and so then being able to meet that need led us to becoming the first Raw Milk Institute listed dairy. Because we also needed to try to figure out how to sell this milk legally, because there was such a huge demand for it. I could not meet people anymore. So people don't have time, like you're saying, they don't have time to meet at 2:00 on Thursday evening, so I had to figure out how to meet them where they were. And that would really conveniently be on grocery store shelves, but that's illegal. So I couldn't have everybody at my farm, because we live in Koshkonong, and we have customers that are all the way in Mountain Grove, which they drove that far to get our milk. We have people that drive to our farm from Branson to get our milk, or from Branson to our farm to get our milk. we had to learn how to be able to make it available to those who needed it, find out the need, make it available to those who needed it, and then to make sure that we were not compromising the quality of product that we were getting out that could cause somebody to get sick. And so that's where Raw Milk Institute came in. We had to learn how, we are also the first dairy farm that has our own on-farm lab, so that we can test the milk before it goes out, and we can know what the bacteria count is and the coliform count in our milk is before it ever goes out to customers. So that's kind of a big deal since we're like backwoods people and I'm a generational farmer. And so we're able to actually confidently get our raw milk out to customers, and it has equal or lower amounts of bacteria or coliform count in it than pasteurized milk that's on the grocery store shelves. So we had to meet some intense guidelines to be able to qualify for this. And my word, this is my daughter back there, raise your hand, Anna. She's my second-hand lady, my first paid employee, although she works really well. And I can't, your family, if your family's not on board with you in the venture that you're doing, you're gonna struggle. You need your family to be on board with you, to be teammates, even if they're not actually doing it, but they're just encouraging you or listening to you. And so Anna has been a huge help to me and an encouragement to me, and so anyhow, I think as I was thinking about speaking here, I wanted to say, if you're going down the road, make sure you're passionate about it. Like, make sure that if you weren't getting paid any money, that you still wouldn't hate doing it. And then 2, you have to be able to pivot and be flexible, because when we found out we were selling milk illegally, we had to go to great lengths to figure out how to not sell it illegally. And that was really hard work, and it was scary. I was like I was coming to OzSBI at the time, trying to figure out how to expand, and then all of a sudden I'm like, okay, I can't sell any milk. I guess I'll feed it to my pigs. And so that was really scary. So you do have to learn how to be flexible and how to pivot. And then the other is that be realistic with yourself. Like, when you're starting out, you're going to work long hours. You're going to be exhausted. You're going to have little return at first, and you need to give yourself grace, and you need to understand that just because it doesn't happen right away doesn't mean it's not going to happen. It just means that you just have to be patient and keep pressing forward. And then the other thing is that we have worked really, really hard to grow slow and to not get in over our head financially, because the markets do change. And so if I were to, there is this milk cooler I want really bad. It is like thousands of dollars. And then there's also, like, I could go on and on. But if I buy those things, then I am really going to be in debt a lot. And it is going to take some of the joy away, create a lot of fear if something happens to the market and I can't bounce back. And so it's so much, I have so much more peace being able to grow slow and to be able to take my profit and to be able to reinvest it in my business. So, anyhow, that's all I have to say. We're done.
So my name is Miriam, and I am the co-owner of Rustic Waters Homestead with my husband Bernie. And we farm here locally. We do pasture-raised chicken, rabbits, pork. We also do gluten-free items at the farmer's market here locally, and a couple of things, just seasonal things that we do. But our journey started back in 2005. And what actually got us going was, at that time, my oldest son, who is going to be 26 in July, was 5 years old. And he had been diagnosed with some major allergies, and he was also diagnosed with ADHD. Back then, I didn't know anything about ADHD, hadn't heard about it, didn't know, what the deal was with it. But as I started researching, we realized that what he ate made a huge difference in his behavior. So we became really big on reading labels, eliminating the things that he was allergic to, removing red dye, we really just wanted to focus on taking control back of our food, what we were consuming, and when, you know, I don't know if any of you do this, but when you start reading the labels and you start seeing everything that's in there, it's kind of scary. It's scary to see, and it's scary to see how it affects your kids. So we were doing all of this, and we didn't feel that it was enough. Because as we started talking to other people, we started talking to other families, we started realizing that there was families that were dealing with things as well that were behavioral or hormones or so on and so forth. So we decided that we wanted to take our food source back, and we started homesteading. Now when we started homesteading, we started really small. It was just for us. We were only growing things that were for us. But in the process, what was happening was that we had friends that were coming and asking us questions all the time. How do you raise chickens? What are you guys doing for your garden? Oh, rabbits are a meat source? What does it taste like? What does that look like? And that's when we really started focusing on not just growing food for ourselves, but looking at how can we help consumers or other people do what we were doing. And if they didn't want to do it, how can we meet them right where they're at, and how can we help them do that? How can we answer those questions? And that's where Rustic Waters came from. So our passion is not just growing food that's good for us, but it's helping our consumers, like I said, right where they're at, and teaching them to take control back of their food source, where it's coming from, and building that relationship with their farmers. Now, this was in Florida, because that's where we lived at originally. But in 2020, right? 2020 was a big deal. We all mentioned it here. So in 2020, we decided that we wanted to take our homestead and make it into a full-time business. And the reality was that where we were at in Florida, we just couldn't do it. So we did research, and we found out that Missouri was one of the best places for us to come to invest in a small farm and grow and do that and be able to go straight to the consumers. So that's what we did. In 2020, we moved from Florida to Missouri, started our business, which was great. We started a business where nobody knew us, you know, no one. And like, we came for a weekend visit, and we said, oh yeah, this is where we want to be. It was great. But everything fell into place. We moved, we farm off of five acres, and we have just grown from there. And what we have seen, we started raising chickens. Everybody knows, chickens first. We started raising chickens, then we started doing our garden, then we have slowly, every year, we've been here since 2020, so every year we have added and grown into our farm. Now we've added the addition of the pigs, but we first started with the chickens and the rabbits and going to the farmer's market, and we have continued to hear the same thing, which is, if I can't do it myself, I want to buy it from you. If not, how do I get started? What do I need to do? It's just those simple questions. And part of our mission on our farm is not only to raise really good quality food and be transparent with our customers about how their food is raised, but our passion is also to educate our consumers that if they want to start, they can start. It doesn't matter where they're at. It doesn't matter if they're in an apartment. If they are living in an apartment, they can start by growing their own herbs. It doesn't matter if they're living in a small house, they can start by having chickens. You know, there's a way to take back your food source, to take back what you're consuming, and to have control. Because in reality, that's what we want. We want to be able to control what we are eating and what we're consuming. And that's our passion. That's what we do. Thinking about some of the questions that they asked us to talk about today, which is, you know, what would you change, or what would you look back on? One of the things my husband and I talked about it while we were preparing for this. One of the things that we would change is learning to pivot. When we first came here, we actually came here to Missouri and we started with goats because I love goats. I love to milk goats. I know a lot of people think I'm crazy. They tell me all the time, do you know goats escape? They do all these great things. And yeah, I do know that. But I love them. I think they have a lot of traits that make them fun. And we started off. They do. You just, you gotta keep them contained. I know that's hard. But we started off with milking goats here in Missouri. And it was great for the first year that we did it. We invested in it, we did it, we homeschooled our kids, but as my eldest daughter, she was my right hand at that time, she graduated, I had to go back to work. I was working from home, I had to go and work outside of the home. We realized that we needed something that was more sustainable for the farm, that one person can handle, which was Bernie. Bernie was gonna be our full-time farmer. So that meant that we needed to refocus. That meant that we needed to take a step back, look at what we could do on the farm, on our 5 acres, and that was doing, the pasture-raised chicken, the rabbits, and the pork. So that was one of the things that we talked about. If I were to give somebody advice, if they were going to start now in a business, is don't be afraid to look at what works and what doesn't work. You gotta look at what works for your family and what doesn't work for your family. And then, another thing is don't try to do everything at once because I am really, 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 really good at that. I have all of these great ideas. Yeah, I have all of these great ideas and I'm constantly we need to let's do meals and let's do a YouTube channel and let's do the newsletter and let's do, an education program, let's have people come in. And Bernie looks at me and he goes, really, what time? You work full time, when are you gonna be able to do all of this? So you do need to really look at what you can do without killing yourself and spreading yourself too thin, which I have a real good habit of doing. But, and then the support from your family, like you guys have said here, having that support from your family and them being able to be on board with what you're doing. We are very, very fortunate that our kids, my son, who is now, he was 26, he did move over from Florida to Missouri with us. And then my 2 girls, Faith, who's 20, and Annalise, who's 12, have been able to come in and they also help on the farm. But you definitely need all of that support, and you need everybody working together in order to do that. But, one of the biggest things I think that we have learned is that our customers, we want to be there for our customers, but our customers really want to build that relationship with their farmers. They want to know who we are, and we need to be able to meet them where they're at and have those real conversations with them. And it doesn't matter whether they buy from us at that point or not. Because we've had plenty of them that come to our table and they will talk all day long about our pasture-raised chicken and, oh, it's kind of expensive and, well, what about this and what can I do here and how can I help my child here? And you know what, we just answer those questions because eventually they're gonna come back and maybe they buy something, maybe they don't, but they're gonna refer somebody, they're gonna know who you are. And that's our biggest thing, is being able to just be real with our customers because that's what they want. They want to know where their food is coming from, they want to know their farmers, and they want to have a relationship with them. So that's another thing that I would recommend for all of you is just to be able to talk to your customers and let them know that this is your passion. What Becky was saying, our passion is raising animals and providing a good source for our customers. But that also means that we are willing to meet them where they're at and answer all of those questions that they have and educate them and show them and have those conversations with them and tell them, you know, yeah, you have the power. You have the power to bring in good food for your family. You have the power, and it's in your right to be able to eat healthy. It shouldn't be a matter of, do I have the money or not? Can I do this or not? You should be able to do this for your family. And we want to give you those tools, whether we're helping you start, whether we're answering those questions, whether you want to start a garden, we're here in order to do that for you. So that's what we're really passionate about, is educating our consumers and helping them in the direction that they want to go.
Nice, okay, well, thank you. One thing that always stands out to me about these roundtables is that we try to gather really a variety of participants, but we hear the same things again and again, and I'm hearing today, pivot, I heard that word a lot today. So if you have one takeaway today, I think it's pivot. But also that it's hard, it's not easy to run a business or a farm, it probably never gets easy. So what is the point? Stay true, right? Know what you're doing, stay passionate. I loved your question. Will I still want to do this in 5 years? That's I wrote that down, it's a good question. So I guess one thing I'm curious about after hearing all of this from you is, do you think you'll ever get there? That invisible, great, there, I got there, I've done. Does that feel realistic to you, or will you always be striving and working? And this is a quick question, feel free to jump in.
Well, my initial thought was yes, of course.
Yeah?
Yeah.
And what does that look like for you?
It's when you ask that question, I have a certain feeling, and that feeling is like, yeah, I'm going to be there. I can feel it.
Okay.
It doesn't mean that I'm not going to be doing, more or different things or, change course, but yeah, I'm completely sure that I'm going to get there.
Good.
Yeah.
Good. Okay. Any other feedback?
I had the opposite reaction, so.
I didn't see the light at the end of the tunnel. Just because I know myself, and like when I get to where it's at in my head, I just know that I'm gonna have already set another goal out for myself, even out further, and that's kind of an exhausting way to live. I'm not gonna lie, but I think that's just what you have to keep doing. No matter if you're in agriculture or any small business, there's always going to be one step more you can take and one way you can meet your customers' needs better. And I honestly probably don't know what that's going to be 5 or 10 years from now, but I'll know when I get there. And it's just, I think it just always evolves, and the finish line just keeps moving further away.
I think I would agree with you. So recently I had a conversation with my baker friend who always grounds me whenever I ask him honest questions. And he said, Becky, where do you see this going? And I came up with a small answer. And he said, well, no, where do you see it going? And so I was like, whoa, I have permission to think, where do I see this going? And I would say yes, I can see, I'm working on the same kind of thing, thinking how can this be sustainable for me in my older age, or if an accident happens or something goes on. I talk regularly to my daughter who's stronger than me and do everything I can't do, and I just know I'm getting older and we're out of shape, and I'm thinking about how can we design things so that they function in a manner that I can do that. And I think yes, I think absolutely, and that is my goal. Yes, there's always areas to improve on, but yes, I can provide for my family and I can work in this industry, and then I can go to sleep at night and know I'm taking care of the community and they're taking care of me. Yeah.
Oh, mine is going to be a no. Just because of the way my mind works, I feel like there's always another goal for me to go after, something more for me to do. It never stops.
I can relate, trust me.
Yes. The gluten-free ones, which ones you would talk to me later.
So one thing that we heard a lot of from all of you, I think, is to really meet your customers where they are. You know, it's important to be able to do that. So I guess I'm a little curious about the journey to find that, because I know that that can be a real struggle for business owners of all types. You know, meet them where they are sounds simple, but where are they? How do you determine that? What did it take for you to kind of figure out this is where they are, this is what they want, this is how I get my product in front of them? You want to start, Mary, this time?
Yeah, I'll start this time. So our customers are everywhere. It doesn't matter where you're at, where you're going, there's always a way for you to talk to somebody about what you're doing, who you are, or even asking them what they're into, what they're going at. We have found a lot of our customers at farmers markets, right? Like you have to go out there, you have to present, you have to be willing to talk to people. We've also found, we use social media a lot. So we have found a lot of our customers on social media. Different platforms, we use, Facebook and Instagram. We've also found customers on YouTube. But you just have to be willing to get out there everywhere you go. You have to be able to talk about your products, talk about who you are at any given point, honestly. That's really what it is. It never shuts off. When you're passionate about something, it doesn't ever go away. So as soon as anybody just makes even a small comment about something, we jump on it and we're talking. And then all of a sudden you realize oh, they were passionate about it too. Like they want to know where their food is coming from. And then you just go from there. So we find customers everywhere in oddest places. So yeah.
So mine started, we had, some of our 14 children are adopted, and one in particular, we adopted him when he was 9 months old, and he was failure to thrive and had been on every formula that there was made and was on all kinds of medications. And he was just really, he was failure to thrive. And so we started giving him this raw milk formula, and I know that's terrifying, right? So we took him to the doctor after a month of this. We didn't tell our doctor we did this, by the way. But we were desperate. Like this kid was dying before our eyes. And so anyhow, the doctor was like, I don't know what you're doing, but keep doing it. And so I was like, good, I'm not gonna tell you what I'm doing. So we kept on doing it and he kept on getting better. Now, this guy, if you ever see him in town, he is a hunk. I'm telling you, he is like golden boy, blue eyes, strong, has a six pack. He's so proud of himself, he doesn't work out. Good looking boy, okay? He's a farm kid. That is where my passion came from, and people would see the health of my children and they would come to me and ask me questions about oh, well, can you tell me about raw milk? And so then I was passionate and I was able to talk to them about it. And then I have people that I actually have some doctors that refer their patients to me because they know that we're really careful with cleaning, making sure that the milk is a clean source. So whenever you produce a product that is high quality, people find you.
Yeah. Nice, okay.
Yeah. I kind of echo what Miriam said. Listening to what your customers need, I think, has been big for us, especially with one thing that's really prevalent in our community right now is alpha-gal. And so we're having customers drop before our eyes that have been buying from us for years, and they come down with alpha-gal and they're no longer a customer. But, okay, they have a dog. I can get bones out of this cow for their dog. I can sell them liver to feed to their dog. And so that's one thing. Another big thing is, well, how do I cook this piece of meat? I think that's art that is dying in this newest generation. They don't know how to cook. You can be shocked. We'll show somebody, we're like, this is our favorite cut, and they're like, well, what do you do with it? And I'm like, well, you put it in a stew, and they're like, how do you make a stew? And so giving them recipes and ideas, posting on Facebook was meal inspiration, which I don't do as much as what I would really like to, but just whatever they need to be able to actually use the product. And really is a good way to use all of the different pieces, and I won't go into everything that we've been asked for, but we've had some really interesting parts that people have requested for us to bring home from the processing plant because it's good for their dog. It's really healthy for them. So just listening to the customer's needs and doing what you can to meet those. So.
Yeah, initially we set out to sell halves and wholes, and I was very, focused on that, and that was my mission, to provide people with the best, highest quality meat, naturally raised. And just recently we actually started to make lard soap because we had not enough people requesting lard. People don't cook with lard anymore that much, and not enough people were buying the organs. So hence our idea of making dog treats, which people really love.
But do the dogs love them?
They go fast. So, and then we also started to sell eggs. And to me, it's not necessarily to really make a lot of money on these products, but it is very easy to get in front of customers with these products. Like today, I didn't bring any retail cuts of pork because it's very unlikely that people would buy frozen pork like in a grocery store today or on other events like that. But you do notice the soaps and you do notice the dog treats, and they don't have to be frozen. So it's just a way for us to do paid marketing, but we're the ones that we're being paid. And so we sell eggs. If you buy eggs today, you'll see that we have a little newsletter in the egg carton, because the few dollars that we make off the eggs, it's really not worth the hassle. It's not worth buying the cartons and doing the stickers and doing all that. It's, you need a lot of chicken and a lot of eggs to make this a business. But we sell them because that's something regular that people buy, and every week we include a different note, and sometimes we point out other pork products, sometimes we give gardening tips. So we just want to build that relationship with our customers. And so these little products, they add to our big halves and wholes, but I think it's a great way to get recognized better.
Nice. Well, thank you, and thank you also for neatly bringing that back to income and revenue diversification, which we did hear from all of you. I think, you just talked about adding a couple of new products, and you as well for their dogs. If they can't eat the meat, I bet their dogs can. And I know, I believe I've seen that you now are offering some flavored milks as well. Is that?
Yes, but it's, the whole milk and the cream is what sells the most. People want, they keep asking for butter, but man, that's too much work. I make it for my family, but that's all.
Yeah,
Did you tell them they could make their own?
Oh yes, I teach people all the time, like how to make yogurt. I teach people, and we go to farms and we do like similar things. Like we go to farms and we help people learn how to homestead with their own cow. So that's one of the services that we offer. We'll go out, look at the place that they have. I will make building plans for them to be able to build a stanchion that will keep their animals safe and them safe. And then I have a consulting relationship. So I do that also. And so there's a lot of different things that you have to figure out how to do to make everything work out together. And then we have pigs, because if the milk doesn't sell, we gotta do something with the milk.
Nice. Okay, good. And I know you also offer, you said gluten-free foods in addition to your meats as
Yeah,
well.
so I am celiac, my son and myself are both celiac, and we have a hard time finding good quality gluten-free food. So I specialize in baking gluten-free good foods that actually taste good. Not like cardboard. And we've also added other products, so we do the pasture-raised chicken, and when we first got here, nobody knew us, so they really, they didn't want to buy our products. So what we did was we brought in empanadas, and I don't know how many of you know about empanadas, but they're like a meat pie. So we actually started the empanadas to push our chicken. And once people tasted the empanadas, we told them, hey, you know what you're eating there is pasture-raised chicken, and that led right into people buying our product. So we have done things like that to push what we have. Another item that we do is a pica sauce, which is a Puerto Rican hot sauce. And that, it's vinegar based, it's really good, but it's peppers that my husband grows in the garden, because that was another way that we could show, we get this is locally grown, it is from our garden, and here's an option for you, whether you wanna buy the peppers and do them yourself, or whether you wanna buy a product that you can just go ahead and use right away. So yeah, we look a lot at, when we bring something in, we look at it and we say, okay, so if we have this, how many ways can we put it out to our consumer and our customer that they're going to either buy the product themselves and make it, or they're gonna go ahead and, buy something that's already made.
Yeah, thank you. I didn't even realize you had some of the others, so.
Yeah.
So yes, I think we've learned that Karen's keynote hit all the important parts. It's very based in reality. Thank you for that. And I know I said that there would be time for questions, but alas, I asked too many, so I apologize for that. But be sure to find them during our breaks, if you do have burning questions for them, because I did mean to give everyone time for that, and I apologize. So thank you again for this. I very much appreciate the time today. All right, so. Okay, well, while she's doing that, I want to tell you about a couple other things coming up. We've learned today a lot about the importance of, for local farmers and businesses to diversify their income streams. And we're gonna learn in a few moments from Patty Cantrell about another another resource for you to help with that. But before we do that, I wanna talk with you about the Verizon Small Business Digital Ready Toolkit, which you will find in your program. There is a page in here that talks about this toolkit. And the reason that I bring this up for two reasons. First of all, we all know how important it is to have access to good information. We heard again and again, education is really important. This toolkit is fantastic for any business owner. It has a lot of information about marketing and understanding your financial statements and creating a good website and using social media to market your small business. It's geared toward you, small business owners, and it's totally free. You do not have to be a Verizon customer to have it, and there's a $10,000 grant opportunity available as well. And that's the main reason that you should sign up for that toolkit, because there are not very many grants available to small business owners. So please do take advantage of that. It's a free toolkit, and it's a free chance to get $10,000 for your business. Now, we have Patty Cantrell coming up. Patty is a founding director of New Growth, but today she's here to talk to us about Heartland Regional Food Business Center and share some of the resources available to you as small business owners in this farm space. So thank you, Patty.
Thank you. And I'm glad to be here. Thank you for the invitation. And I just want to say that today is a perfect example of what we are all about at the Heartland Regional Food Business Center. Because up here you saw and heard from many entrepreneurs today who are trying to get products to people who want them. Local beef, candles, there's a lot of demand for local food in many ways. And I'm going to get my clicker here. So would you say that local food is an easy, everyday choice for everyone? No. What's the problem? Location's random. Yeah, getting to that customer wherever they are and them getting to you. There's a lot of need for helping those businesses find their way as a small business, and we've been talking about that a lot today, so that falls under technical assistance. There's a lot of need to coordinate resources. OzSBI is a great resource, and there's a lot of resources, but they're all scattered everywhere, right? So can we coordinate those for these businesses in the local and regional food market? And the third is capacity building. I heard a great example on this panel. I would really like to buy that cooler. There was that raw milk person, right? But I don't want to go into huge debt, right? But if I did, I could really move that business forward. That's capacity building. And that's what we're about at the Heartland Regional Food Business Center, is really looking at this as a really important opportunity for our communities to build small businesses in our communities, get people the food they want, the food products they want, but also a more resilient food system. And so we all heard a lot about the COVID-19 pandemic earlier. Well, what happened then when things shut down? Food shut down also, right? There was a lot of empty shelves. So a lot of what we're trying to do is build more local and regional links in the food supply chain so that it doesn't shut down so readily, right? That's what we're about. And when I say we, again, I'm here representing the Heartland Regional Food Business Center. I'm going to introduce what that's all about, but I work at New Growth, and we are an organization somewhat like OzSBI in West Central Missouri between Springfield and Kansas City. And we work with small businesses. We try to finance small businesses and help them get going. And we have a food systems program that is doing things like mentorships for beginning farmers. And Karen Velez is one of our mentors. And so we are really trying to build that sector for our communities and for the buyers out there. So we do things like help people connect with wholesale markets and also financing and trying to help people find funding. But a few years ago, the federal government said we really need, especially after the pandemic, to invest in this part of our economy because a lot of the small business support and a lot of the ag support doesn't focus so much on these local and regional small food businesses. So let's try to focus on that. And there was some funding established from USDA to set up multiple state regional food business centers. And so New Growth partnered with organizations across these 5 states. There's 32 different partners, universities, small organizations like ours, and also indigenous organizations that are working with people in their communities, Native American and others. Also people on the ground that are doing food hubs, trying to deliver food into the city. So all of those partners are coming together because those are the people on the ground that know businesses like you, right? And what your market potential is and also what you need. So we were able to win a 4-year grant from USDA to set up this 5-state food business center. And we're in year 2 right now. And I have to put a caveat out there that the current administration is reviewing everything. And they may say cancel, or they may say go, or they may change. And so right now we're waiting to hear what's going to happen to us that way. But right in here, Missouri, I just want to just kind of highlight the types of partners we have. We have food hubs, people that are delivering food from local farms. We've got farmers markets. We've got University of Missouri Extension. They have a business center focused on value-added products. Springfield Community Gardens, they're working with urban growers that are finding market opportunities. Lincoln University and the statewide organization, the Missouri Farmers Union. Again, we're trying to build a network of people, not only in Missouri, but 5 states that are really focused on building local and regional food. So, 3 things that we're doing. Technical assistance. What is that? That is a whole range of things like you're trying to start your business, where do you even start, right? Or you're trying to grow your business, what's the next product or diversification that makes sense for you? And we also want to support helping people find the resources that they need. So one-on-one planning and connecting with people who know this type of business, local and regional small food. It's not something that everybody knows, right? In the business world, a lot of times farms are just kind of on the side, right? We don't know that kind of business. And we have a great example in OzSBI. They recognize that that's a really important business in our community, and we're going to have an epic focused on that. But that's not the case everywhere. So we want to be a resource, all these people that are focused on farms, to those people that are working with small businesses and really help them better serve this growing market with technical assistance. So some examples there. Working, for example, one of our partners in Kansas, there's a school in Kansas, in Lawrence, Kansas, that wanted to buy local and make local bread from their farmers nearby. So some of our business counselors worked with them to kind of figure out how they could do that as a school business. And they've been working with local farms on how to market their local grains. And now that school is buying from local farmers to make locally produced bread, and that's a new, growing opportunity for those farms to coordinate on selling that bread. So those are the types of helping people find that processor that you need, right? The meat processors we heard earlier. There's not a lot of them, and they may not be able to produce the meat that your customers want. So we want to help you find those that can, and also help those processors realize that there's a market for them to serve a business like yours, right? So that's kind of a whole lot of things involved there. That's what we're up to. Coordination, again, finding resources. Connecting people with grant programs that are out there and financing. We're actually doing a thing right now where we're connecting with people that might have loans for small farm businesses, and then helping our technical assistance people find those resources and help people find that. But value chains, that's again with that food supply chain, finding that distributor or that processor you need to get to market. It's a lot of what we're focused on, and transportation is another example in this realm. How do you find the transportation you need to get to a local or a market nearby? You don't have the resources to do it necessarily yourself. We're doing work with trucking companies and others to find places that we might be able to hook farmers and others into. So again, it's trying to develop those resources for this market. Capacity building, this is one that gets everybody's attention because in this 4-year grant, we have some funding to make grants to small farms so that they can buy that cooler that makes the difference, and so they don't have to go into debt to do that. Right now, it is on hold. In our first round, out of the total $12 million we have to do that over 4 years, we had about $3.5 million available in our first round, and 479 people applied. It was just overwhelming, tons of interest, and that's another indicator of how much need there's out there and how much opportunity. We did select 80 finalists, and we have one of them in the room today, Sandy over there. We have had to hold off on that because we don't know if the federal government will actually let us use that money, but hopefully we're hoping to hear that we can finalize those grants to those people. And you all should go to the website and sign up for our newsletter because we have another $8 million for a second round of grants. And if we do get a green light from the federal government, we will be announcing and opening that round of grants very shortly. So you'll be able to hear about that by signing up for our newsletter. So that's, we are ready for a mixer, so I don't want to spend a lot more time on that today, but I just wanted to introduce ourselves. We are kind of in a holding pattern, but please sign up. You can also sign up right now and we can connect you with a business counselor. We have great ones here at OzSBI, but there are specific ones that we're hooked up with that can help you on a particular project you need. So again, if you go to our contact page and say, I need to find somebody to help me through this question, we will help you find that resource just through our contact page and our newsletter to get the information about our grants. Do that tomorrow. All right, it's been a great opportunity and I'm looking forward to mixing with you all.
Right.
And the next step.
Thank you, Patty, we appreciate it. In your book, there is QR codes to take you to Heartland and to take you to New Grove. And if you're an ag business, they've got some awesome resources. So thank you so much for coming down and sharing that. So this is where we have a drum roll. We are going to announce our pitch winners and our people's choice. I'm inviting Isla Sloan. She's our CFO at OzSBI, and so numbers are her thing. And she's going to announce those, and then I think Ricky's taking pictures for us. If Ricky's around. If not, there you are. Okay, I didn't see you.
All right, so let's give all of our participants and all of our pitchers a big round of applause. It's been a pleasure to work with all of you, and so I get the fun pleasure of announcing the winners. And so we are going to start with our 4th place winner. And our 4th place winner is Charity Bledsoe.
Charity's winning?
Charity is winning a nice certificate and $250 to go.
There you go.
next up is our third place winner, and this is going to Jeremy Meyers. He's getting a nice certificate and $500 to go towards his business.
Congratulations.
You're welcome.
Congratulations.
All right, we're getting down to the last two. All right, next up is Viv. You're welcome. Viv gets a nice certificate and $750 towards her business. You're welcome.
Congratulations. Thank you so much.
All right, and our first place winner is Magic Keller. And Magic gets a nice certificate and $1,000 towards her business.
Let me get you on the pin. There you go.
Perfect, alright, thanks.
All right.
All right. Here's the most important one, and this is what the People's Choice did, and this is from all of you. You heard all of the pitches, and based on your votes, the winner is, I know the winner, but I'm gonna make it dramatic. Magic Keller.
West Plains Artesian Farmers Market provided you a little goodie bag, so, all right.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. All right, one more thing, we've got one more prize to win. Pick a winner so we don't have to go. This is a $100 gift card from Community First Baking Company, 156. 156.
Bingo.
Bingo, did you get it, Nick?
I came here one after all.
You're a winner too. Great, thank you. Nick took part in our launching, so we got to know him well. I want to thank you all for coming and spending the afternoon with us. I hope you made some new connections. I hope you learned something new to inspire you to move forward in your business. And we just really appreciate your time. This event could not have been possible without our sponsors, so I want to thank them. And I want to thank our volunteers. And I want to end with the things that I took away. Be authentic, make connections, follow your passion, have grit, Begin with the end in mind and define what success looks like for you. So we're all very proud of you who pitched today. Thank you to everybody that shared their story and their journey and shared us resources that we can use to grow our businesses. Thank you, Karen, for coming down. We greatly appreciate that. And now, enjoy the mixer. Epic is about to get epic, so thank you.